any effort to write an account of the influence exercised by the Milner Group in foreign affairs in the period between the two world wars would require a complete rewriting of the history of that period. This cannot be done within the limits of a single chapter, and it will not be attempted. Instead, an effort will be made to point out the chief ideas of the Milner Group in this field, the chief methods by which they were able to make those ideas prevail, and a few significant examples of how these methods worked in practice. The political power of the Milner Group in the period 1919 to 1939 grew quite steadily. It can be measured by the number of ministerial portfolios held by members of the group. In the first period, 1919 to 1924, they generally held about 1/5 of the cabinet posts. For example, the cabinet that resigned in January 1924 had 19 members. 4 were of the Milner Group, only 1 from the inner circle. These 4 were Leopold Amory, Edward Wood, Samuel Hoare, and Lord Robert Cecil. In addition, in the same period other members of the group were in the government in one position or another. Among these were Milner, Austin Chamberlain, H.A.L. Fisher, Lord Ernie, Lord Astor, Sir Arthur Steele Maitland, and W.G.A. Ormsby Gordon. Also, relatives of these, such as Lord Onslow, brother-in-law of Lord Halifax, Captain Lane Fox, brother-in-law of Lord Halifax, and Lord Greenwood, brother-in-law of Amory, were in the government. In this period the influence of the Milner Group was exercised in 2 vitally significant political acts. In the first case, the Milner Group appears to have played an important role behind the scenes in persuading the King to ask Baldwin rather than Curzon to be Prime Minister in 1923. Harold Nicolson, in Curzon, The Last Phase 1934, says that Balfour, Amory, and Walter Long intervened with the King to oppose Curzon, and the cumulative effect of these representations was to reverse the previous decision. Of the 3 names mentioned by Nicolson, 2 were of the Cecil bloc, while the third was Milner's closest associate. If Amory did intervene, he undoubtedly did so as the representative of Milner, and if Milner opposed Curzon to this extent through Amory, he was in a position to bring other powerful influences to bear on His Majesty through Lord Esher as well as through Brand's brother, Viscount Hampden, 8. Lord-in-waiting to the King, or more directly through Milner's son-in-law, Captain Alexander Hardinge, a private secretary to the King. In any case, Milner exercised a very powerful influence on Baldwin during the period of his first government, and it was on Milner's advice that Baldwin waged the general election of 1924 on the issue of protection. The election manifesto issued by the party and advocating a tariff was written by Milner in consultation with Arthur Steele Maitland. In the period 1924 to 1929 the Milner Group usually held about 1/3 of the seats in the cabinet. 7 out of 21 in the government formed in November 1924. These proportions were also held in the period 1935 to 1940, with a somewhat smaller ratio in the period 1931 to 1935. In the cabinet that was formed in the fall of 1931, the Milner Group exercised a peculiar influence. The Labour Party under Ramsay MacDonald was in office with a minority government from 1929 to September 1931. Toward the end of this period, the Labour government experienced increasing difficulty because the deflationary policy of the Bank of England and the outflow of gold from the country were simultaneously intensifying the depression, increasing unemployment and public discontent, and jeopardizing the gold standard. In fact, the Bank of England's policy made it almost impossible for the Labour Party to govern. Without informing his cabinet, Ramsay MacDonald entered upon negotiations with Baldwin and King George, as a result of which MacDonald became Prime Minister of the new government, supported by Conservative votes in Parliament. The obvious purpose of this intrigue was to split the Labour Party and place the administration back in Conservative hands. In this intrigue the Milner Group apparently played an important, if secret, role. That they were in a position to play such a role is clear. We have mentioned the pressure which the bankers were putting on the Labour government in the period 1929 to 1931. The Milner Group were clearly in a position to influence this pressure. C.R. Peacock Parkin's old associate was at the time the director of the Bank of England and a director of Baring Brothers. Robert Brand, Thomas Henry Brand, and Adam Maris, son of Sir William Maris, were all at Lazard and Brothers. Robert Brand was also a director of Lloyd's Bank. Lord Selborne was a director of Lloyd's Bank. Lord Lugard was a director of Barclays Bank. Major Astor was a director of Hambros Bank, and Lord Gostin was a director of the Westminster Bank. We have already indicated the ability of the Milner Group to influence the King in respect to the choice of Baldwin as Prime Minister in 1923. By 1931 this power was even greater. Thus the Milner Group was in a position to play a role in the intrigue of 1931. That they may have done so is to be found in the fact that two of the important figures in this intrigue within the Labour Party were ever after closely associated with the Milner Group. These two were Malcolm MacDonald and Godfrey Elton. Malcolm MacDonald, son and intimate associate of Ramsay MacDonald, clearly played an important role in the intrigue of 1931. He was rewarded with a position in the new government and has never been out of office since. These offices included Parliamentary Under Secretary in the Dominions Office 1931 to 1935, Secretary of State for the Dominions 1935 to 1938 and 1938 to 1939, Secretary of State for the Colonies 1935 and 1938 to 1940, Minister of Health 1940 to 1941, United Kingdom High Commissioner in Canada 1941 to 1946, Governor-General of Malaya and British South East Asia since 1946. Since all of these offices but one Minister of Health were traditionally in the sphere of the Milner Group, and since Malcolm MacDonald during this period was closely associated with the group in its other activities, such as Chatham House and the unofficial British Commonwealth Relations Conferences, Malcolm MacDonald should probably be regarded as a member of the group from about 1932 onward. Godfrey to Lord Elton since 1934 of Romby and Balliol, was a Fellow of Queen's College, Oxford, from 1919, as well as lecturer on modern history at Oxford. In this role Elton came in contact with Malcolm MacDonald, who was an undergraduate at Queen's in the period 1920 to 1925. Through this connection, Elton ran for Parliament on the Labour Party ticket in 1924 and again in 1929, both times without success. He was more successful in establishing himself as an intellectual leader of the Labour Party, capping this by publishing in 1931 the study of the early days of the party. As a close associate of the MacDonald family, he supported the intrigue of 1931 and played a part in it. For this he was expelled from the party and became honorary political secretary of the new National Labour Committee and editor of its newsletter 1932 to 1938. He was made a baron in 1934, was on the Ullswater Committee on the Future of Broadcasting the following year, and in 1939 succeeded Lord Lothian as Secretary to the Roads Trustees. By his close association with the MacDonald family, he became the obvious choice to write the official life of J.R. Ramsay MacDonald, the first volume of which was published in 1939. In 1945 he published a history of the British Empire called Imperial Commonwealth. After the election of 1935, the Milner Group took a substantial part in the government, with possession of 7 places in a cabinet of 21 seats. By the beginning of September of 1939, they had only 5 out of 23, the decrease being caused, as we shall see, by the attrition within the group on the question of appeasement. In the War Cabinet formed at the outbreak of the war, they had 4 out of 9 seats. In this whole period from 1935 to 1940, the following members of the group were associated with the government as officers of state: Halifax, Simon, Malcolm MacDonald, Zetland, Ormsby, Gort, Hort, Somerville, Lothian, Hankey, Grigg, Salter, and Amory. It would appear that the Milner Group increased its influence on the government until about 1938. We have already indicated the great power which they exercised in the period 1915 to 1919. This influence, while great, was neither decisive nor preponderant. At the time, the Milner Group was sharing influence with at least 2 other groups and was, perhaps, the least powerful of the 3. It surely was less powerful than the Cecil Bloc, even as late as 1929, and was less powerful, perhaps, than the rather isolated figure of Lloyd George as late as 1922. These relative degrees of power on the whole do not amount to very much, because the 3 that we have mentioned generally agreed on policy. Then they disagreed. The views of the Milner Group did not usually prevail. There were 2 reasons for this. Both the Cecil Bloc and Lloyd George were susceptible to pressure from the British electorate and from the Allies of Britain. the Milner Group, as a non-elected group, could afford to be disdainful of the British electorate and of French opinion, but the persons actually responsible for the government, like Lloyd George, Balfour, and others, could not be so casual. As a consequence, the Milner Group were bitterly disappointed over the peace treaty with Germany and over the Covenant of the League of Nations. This may seem impossible when we realize how much the group contributed to both of these. For they did contribute a great deal, chiefly because of the fact that the responsible statesmen generally accepted the opinion of the experts on the terms of the treaty, especially the territorial terms. There is only one case where the delegates overruled a committee of experts that was unanimous, and that was the case of the Polish corridor, where the experts were more severe with Germany than the final agreement. The experts, thus, were of very great importance, and among the experts the Milner Group had an important place, as we have seen. It would thus seem that the Milner Group's disappointment with the peace settlement was largely criticism of their own handiwork. To a considerable extent this is true. The explanation lies in the fact that much of what they did as experts was done on instructions from the responsible delegates, and the fact that the group ever after had a tendency to focus their eyes on the few blemishes of the settlement, to the complete neglect of the much larger body of acceptable decisions. Except for this, the group could have no justification for their dissatisfaction except as self-criticism. When the original draft of the Treaty of Versailles was presented to the Germans on May 7, 1919, the defeated delegates were aghast at its severity. They drew up a detailed criticism of 443 pages. The answer to this protest, making a few minor changes in the treaty but allowing the major provisions to stand, was drafted by an inter-allied committee of 5, of which Philip Carroll was the British member. The changes that were made as concessions to the Germans were made under pressure from Lloyd George, who was himself under pressure from the Milner Group. This appears clearly from the minutes of the Council of Four at the Peace Conference. The first organized drive to revise the draft of the treaty in the direction of leniency was made by Lloyd George at a meeting of the Council of Four on June 2, 1919. The Prime Minister said he had been consulting with his delegation and with the Cabinet. He specifically mentioned George Barnes, the only Labour representative in his Cabinet, the South African delegation, who were also refusing to sign the present treaty, Mr. Fisher, whose views carried great weight, Boston Chamberlain, Lord Robert Cecil, and both the archbishops. Except for Barnes and the archbishops, all of these were close to the Milner Group. The reference to H.A.L. Fisher is especially significant, for Fisher's views could carry great weight only insofar as he was a member of the Milner Group. The reference to the South African delegation meant Smuts, for Botha was prepared to sign, no matter what he felt about the treaty, in order to win for his country official recognition as a dominion of equal status with Britain. Smuts, on the other hand, refused to sign from the beginning and, as late as June 23, 1919, reiterated his refusal according to Mrs. Millen's biography of Smuts. Lloyd George's objections to the treaty as presented in the Council of Four on June 2 were those which soon became the trademark of the Milner Group. In addition to criticisms of the territorial clauses on the Polish frontier and a demand for a plebiscite in Upper Silesia, the chief objections were aimed at reparations and the occupation of the Rhineland. On the former point, Lloyd George's advisers thought that more had been asked for than Germany could pay. On the latter point, which was the main British concern, his advisers were insistent. They urged that when the German army was reduced to a strength of 100,000 men, it was ridiculous to maintain an army of occupation of 200,000 men on the Rhine. They represented that it was only a method of quartering the French army on Germany and making Germany pay the cost. It had been pointed out that Germany would not constitute a danger to France for 30 years or even 50 years, certainly not in 15 years. The advice of the British military authorities was that 2 years was the utmost limit of time for the occupation. To these complaints, Clemenceau had replied that in England the view seemed to prevail that the easiest way to finish the war was by making concessions. In France the contrary view was held, that it was best to act firmly. The French people, unfortunately, knew the Germans very intimately, and they believed that the more concessions we made, the more the Germans would demand. He recognized that Germany was not an immediate menace to France, but Germany would sign the treaty with every intention of not carrying it out. Evasions would be made first on one point and then on another. The whole treaty would go by the board if there were not some guarantees such as were provided by the occupation. Under such circumstances as these, it seems rather graceless for the Milner Group to have started at once, as it did, a campaign of recrimination against the treaty. Philip Carroll was from 1905 to his death in 1940 at the very center of the Milner Group. His violent Germanophobia in 1908 to 1918, and his evident familiarity with the character of the Germans and with the kind of treaty which they would have imposed on Britain had the roles been reversed, should have made the Treaty of Versailles very acceptable to him and his companions, or, if not, unacceptable on grounds of excessive leniency. Instead, Carroll, Brand, Curtis, and the whole inner core of the Milner Group began a campaign to undermine the treaty, the League of Nations, and the whole peace settlement. Those who are familiar with the activities of the Clyden set in the 1930s have generally felt that the appeasement policy associated with that group was a manifestation of the period after 1934 only. This is quite mistaken. The Milner Group, which was the reality behind the phantom-like Clyden set, began their program of appeasement and revision of the settlement as early as 1919. Why did they do this? To answer this question, we must fall back on the statements of the members of the group, general impressions of their psychological outlook, and even a certain amount of conjecture. The best statement of what the group found objectionable in the peace of 1919 will be found in a brilliant book of Zimmerman's called Europe in Convalescence 1922. More concrete criticism, especially in regard to the Covenant of the League, will be found in the Round Table, and the general mental outlook of the group in 1919 will be found in Harold Nicolson's famous book Peacemaking. Nicholson, although on close personal relationships with most of the inner core of the Milner Group, was not a member of the group himself, but his psychology in 1918 to 1920 was similar to that of the members of the inner core. In general, the members of this inner core took the propagandist slogans of 1914 to 1918 as a truthful picture of the situation. I have indicated how the group had worked out a theory of history that saw the whole past in terms of a long struggle between the forces of evil and the forces of righteousness. The latter they defined at various times as the rule of law, the lot I see as the subordination of each to the welfare of all, as democracy, etc. They accepted Wilson's identification of his war aims with his war slogans: "A world safe for democracy," "The war to end wars," "The war to end Prussianism," "Self-determination," etc. as meaning what they meant by the rule of law. They accepted his 14 points except freedom of the seas as implementation of these aims. Moreover, the Milner Group, and apparently Wilson, made an assumption which had a valid basis but which could be very dangerous if carried out carelessly. This was the assumption that the Germans were divided into two groups: Prussian autocrats and good Germans. They assumed that, if the former group were removed from positions of power and influence, and magnanimous concessions were made to the latter, Germany could be won over on a permanent basis from Asiatic despotism to Western civilization. In its main outlines, the thesis was valid, but difficulties were numerous. In the first place, it is not possible to distinguish between good Germans and bad Germans by any objective criterion. The distinction certainly could not be based on who was in public office in 1914 to 1918. In fact, the overwhelming mass of Germans, almost all the middle classes, except a few intellectuals and very religious persons, a considerable portion of the aristocratic class, at least half, and certain segments of the working class, about 1/5, were bad Germans in the sense in which the Milner Group used that expression. In their saner moments, the group knew this. In December 1918, Curtis wrote in the Round Table on this subject as follows: "No one class, but the nation itself was involved in the sin. There were socialists who licked their lips over Brest-Litovsk, all but the mere remnant, and those largely in prison or exile, accepted or justified the creed of despotism so long as it promised them the mastery of the world. The German people consented to be slaves in their own house as the price of enslaving mankind." If these words had been printed and posted on the walls of All Souls, of Chatham House, of New College, of the Times office in Printing House Square, and the Round Table office at 175 Piccadilly, there need never have been a Second World War with Germany. But these words were not remembered by the group. Instead, they assumed that the bad Germans were the small group that was removed from office in 1918 with the Kaiser. They did not see that the Kaiser was merely a kind of facade for four other groups: the Prussian officers' corps, the Junker landlords, the governmental bureaucracy, especially the administrators of police and justice, and the great industrialists. They did not see that these four had been able to save themselves in 1918 by jettisoning the Kaiser, who had become a liability. They did not see that these four were left in their positions of influence, with their power practically intact, indeed, in many ways with their power greater than ever, since the new democratic politicians like Ebert, Schiedemann, and Noske were much more subservient to the four groups than the old imperial authorities had ever been. General Groener gave orders to Ebert over his direct telephone line from Kassel in a tone and with a directness that he would never have used to an imperial chancellor. In a word, there was no revolution in Germany in 1918. The Miltner Group did not see this, because they did not want to see it. Not that they were not warned. Brigadier General John H. Morgan, who was almost a member of the group and who was on the Inter-Allied Military Commission of Control in Germany in 1919-1923, persistently warned the government and the group of the continued existence and growing power of the German officers' corps and of the unreformed character of the German people. As a graduate of Belleville and the University of Berlin 1897–1905, a leader writer on the Manchester Guardian 1904–1905, a Liberal candidate for Parliament with Amory in 1910, an assistant adjutant general with the military section of the British delegation to the Peace Conference of 1919, the British member on the Prisoners of War Commission 1919, legal editor of the Encyclopaedia Britannica 14th edition, contributor to the Times, reader in Constitutional Law to the Inns of Court 1926. 1936, Professor of Constitutional Law at the University of London, Rhodes Lecturer at London 1927–1932, Counsel to the Indian Chamber of Princes 1934–1937, Counsel to the Indian State of Gwalior, Tagore Professor at Calcutta 1939. As all of these things, and thus close to many members of the group, General Morgan issued warnings about Germany that should have been heeded by the group. They were not. No more attention was paid to them than was paid to the somewhat similar warnings coming from Professor Smyrn. And the general, with less courage than the professor, or perhaps with more of that peculiar group loyalty which pervades his social class in England, kept his warnings secret and private for years. Only in October 1924 did he come out in public with an article in the Quarterly Review on the subject, and only in 1945 did he find a wider platform in a published book, The Size of Arms, but in neither did he name the persons who were suppressing the warnings in his official reports from the Military Commission. In a similar fashion, the Miltner Group knew that the industrialists, the Junkers, the police, and the judges were cooperating with the reactionaries to suppress all democratic and enlightened elements in Germany and to help all the forces of despotism and sin, to use Curtis's words. The group refused to recognize these facts. For this, there were two reasons. One, for which Brand was chiefly responsible, was based on certain economic assumptions. Among these, the chief was the belief that disorder and social unrest could be avoided only if prosperity were restored to Germany as soon as possible. By disorder, Brand meant such activities as were associated with Trotsky in Russia, Béla Kun in Hungary, and the Spartacists or Kurt Eisner in Germany. To Brand, as an orthodox international banker, prosperity could be obtained only by an economic system under the control of the old established industrialists and bankers. This is perfectly clear from Brand's articles in the Round Table, reprinted in his book, War and National Finance 1921. Moreover, Brand felt confident that the old economic groups could re-establish prosperity quickly only if they were given concessions in respect to Germany's international financial position by lightening the weight of reparations on Germany and by advancing credit to Germany, chiefly from the United States. This point of view was not Brand's alone. It dominated the minds of all international bankers from Thomas Lamont to Montague Norman and from 1918 to at least 1931. The importance of Brand, from our point of view, lies in the fact that, as the economic expert of the Miltner Group and one of the leaders of the group, he brought this point of view into the group and was able to direct the great influence of the group in this direction. Blindness to the real situation in Germany was also encouraged from another point of view. This was associated with Philip Carroll. Roughly, this point of view advocated a British foreign policy based on the old balance of power system. Under that old system, which Britain had followed since 1500, Britain should support the second strongest power on the continent against the strongest power, to prevent the latter from obtaining supremacy on the continent. For one brief moment in 1918, the group toyed with the idea of abandoning this traditional policy. For one brief moment they felt that if Europe were given self-determination and parliamentary governments, Britain could permit some kind of federated or at least cooperative Europe without danger to Britain. The moment soon passed. The League of Nations, which had been regarded by the group as the seed whence a united Europe might grow, became nothing more than a propaganda machine, as soon as the group resumed its belief in the balance of power. Curtis, who in December 1918 wrote in the Round Table that the balance of power has outlived its time by a century and that the world has remained a prey to wars, was due to the unnatural alienation of the British and American Commonwealths. Curtis, who wrote this in 1918, 4 years later, January 9, 1923, vigorously defended the idea of balance of power against the criticism of Professor J. F. Pollard at a meeting of the RIIA. This change in point of view was based on several factors. In the first place, the group, by their practical experience at Paris in 1919, found that it was not possible to apply either self-determination or the parliamentary form of government to Europe. As a result of this experience, they listened with more respect to the Cecil bloc, which always insisted that these, especially the latter, were intimately associated with the British outlook, way of life, and social traditions, and were not articles of export. This issue was always the chief bone of contention between the group and the bloc in regard to India. In India, where their own influence as pedagogues was important, the group did not accept the bloc's arguments completely, but in Europe, where the group's influence was remote and indirect, the group was more receptive. In the second place, the crew at Paris became alienated from the French because of the latter's insistence on force as the chief basis of social and political life, especially the French insistence on a permanent mobilization of force to keep Germany down and on an international police force with autonomous power as a part of the League of Nations. The group, although they frequently quoted Admiral Mahan's kind words about force and social life, did not really like force and shrank from its use, believing, as might be expected from their Christian background, that force could not avail against moral issues, that force corrupts those who use it, and that the real basis of social and political life was custom and tradition. At Paris the group found that they were living in a different world from the French. They suddenly saw not only that they did not have the same outlook as their former allies, but that these allies embraced the despotic and militaristic outlook against which the late war had been waged. At once, the group began to think that the influence which they had been mobilizing against Russian despotism since 1907 could best be mobilized, now that Prussianism was dead, against French militarism and Bolshevism. And what better ally against these two enemies in the West and the East shall the newly baptized Germany? Thus, almost without realizing it, the group fell back into the old balance of power pattern. Their aim became the double one of keeping Germany in the fold of redeemed sinners by concessions, and of using this revived and purified Germany against Russia and France. 3. In the third place, the group in 1918 had been willing to toy with the idea of an integrated Europe because, in 1918, they believed that a permanent system of cooperation between Britain and the United States was a possible outcome of the war. This was the lifelong dream of Rhodes, of Melchner, of Logan, of Curtis. For that they would have sacrificed anything within reason. When it became clear in 1920 that the United States had no intention of underwriting Britain and instead would revert to her pre-war isolationism, the bitterness of disappointment in the Milner Group were beyond bounds. Forever after, they blamed the evils of Europe, the double-dealing of British policy, and the whole train of errors from 1919 to 1940 on the American reversion to isolationism. It should be clearly understood that by American reversion to isolationism the Milner crew did not mean the American rejection of the League of Nations. frequently they said that they did mean this, that the disaster of 1939 to 1940 became inevitable when the Senate rejected the League of Nations in 1920. This is completely untrue, both as a statement of historical fact and as a statement of the group's attitude toward that rejection at the time. As we shall see in a moment, the group approved of the Senate's rejection of the League of Nations, because the reasons for that rejection agreed completely with the group's own opinion about the League. The only change in the group's opinion, as a result of the Senate's rejection of the League, occurred in respect to the group's opinion regarding the League itself. Previously they had disliked the League, now they hated it, except as a propaganda agency. The proofs of these statements will appear in a moment. The change in the group's attitude toward Germany began even before the war ended. We have indicated how the group rallied to give a public testimonial of faith in Lord Milner in October 1918, when he became the target of public criticism because of what was regarded by the public as a conciliatory speech toward Germany. The group objected violently to the anti-German tone in which Lloyd George conducted his electoral campaign in the cocky election of December 1918. The Round Table in March 1919 spoke of Lloyd George and the odious character of his election campaign. Zimmern, after a devastating criticism of Lloyd George's conduct in the election, wrote, "He erred, not, like the English people, out of ignorance but deliberately, out of cowardice and lack of faith." In the preface to the same volume Europe in Convalescence he wrote, "Since December 1918, when we elected a Parliament pledged to violate a solemn agreement made but 5 weeks earlier, we stand shamed, dishonored, and, above all, distrusted before mankind." The agreement to which Zimmern referred was the so-called pre-armistice agreement of November 5, 1918, made with the Germans, by which, if they accepted an armistice, the Allies agreed to make peace on the basis of the 14 points. It was the thesis of the Milner Group that the election of 1918 and the Treaty of Versailles as finally signed violated this pre-armistice agreement. As a result, the group at once embarked on its campaign for revision of the treaty, a campaign whose first aim, apparently, was to create a guilty conscience in regard to the treaty in Britain and the United States. Zimmern's book, Brand's book of the previous year, and all the articles of the Round Table were but ammunition in this campaign. However, Zimmern had no illusions about the Germans, and his attack on the treaty was based solely on the need to redeem British honour. As soon as it became clear to him that the group was going beyond this motive and was trying to give concessions to the Germans without any attempt to purge Germany of its vicious elements and without any guarantee that those concessions would not be used against everything the group held dear, he left the inner circle of the group and moved to the second circle. He was not convinced that Germany could be redeemed by concessions made blindly to Germany as a whole, or that Germany should be built up against France and Russia. He made his position clear in a brilliant and courageous speech at Oxford in May 1925. a speech in which he denounced the steady sabotage of the League of Nations. It is not an accident that the most intelligent member of the group was the first member to break publicly with the policy of appeasement. The Milner Group thus regarded the Treaty of Versailles as too severe, as purely temporary, and as subject to revision almost at once. When the Round Table examined the treaty in its issue of June 1919, it said, in substance, the punishment of Germany was just, for no one can believe in any sudden change of heart in that country, but the treaty is too severe. The spirit of the pre-armistice commitments was violated, and, in detail after detail, Germany was treated unjustly, although there is broad justice in the settlement as a whole. Specifically, the reparations are too severe, and Germany's neighbors should have been forced to disarm also, as promised in Wilson's fourth point. No demand should have been made for William II as a war criminal. If he is a menace, he should be put on an island without trial, like Napoleon. Our policy must be magnanimous, for our war was with the German government, not with the German people. Even earlier, in December 1918, the Round Table said, it would seem desirable that the treaties should not be long-term, still less perpetual, instruments. Perpetual treaties are indeed a lien upon national sovereignty and a standing contradiction of the principle of the democratic control of foreign policy. It would establish a salutary precedent if the network of treaties signed as a result of the war were valid for a period of 10 years only. In March 1920, the Round Table said, like the peace conference, the covenant of the League of Nations aimed too high and too far. 6 months ago W.E. looked to it to furnish the means for peaceful revision of the terms of the peace, where revision might be required. Now we have to realize that national sentiment sets closer limits to international action than we were willing then to recognize. The same article then goes on to speak of the rejection of the treaty by the United States Senate. It defends this action and criticizes Wilson severely, saying, the truth of the matter is that the American Senate has expressed the real sentiment of all nations with hard-headed truthfulness. The Senate has put into words what has already been demonstrated in Europe by the logic of events, namely that the Peace of Versailles attempted too much, and the covenant which guarantees it implies a capacity for united action between the Allies which the facts do not warrant. The whole treaty was, in fact, framed to meet the same impractical desire which we have already noted in the reparation terms, the desire to mete out ideal justice and to build an ideal world. Nowhere is the whole point of view of the Milner Group better stated than in a speech of General Smuts to the South African Luncheon Club in London, October 23, 1923. After violent criticism of the reparations as too large and an attack on the French efforts to enforce these clauses, he called for a meeting of principals to settle the problem. He then pointed out that a continuation of existing methods would lead to the danger of German disintegration, the first class and irreparable disaster. It would mean immediate economic chaos, and it would open up the possibility of future political dangers to which I need not here refer. Germany is both economically and politically necessary to Central Europe. He advocated applying to Germany the benevolent policy which this country adopted toward France after the Napoleonic War. And if, as I hope she will do, Germany makes a last appeal, I trust this great empire will not hesitate for a moment to respond to that appeal and to use all its diplomatic power and influence to support her, and to prevent a calamity which would be infinitely more dangerous to Europe and the world than was the downfall of Russia 6 or 7 years ago. Having thus lined Britain up in diplomatic opposition to France, Smuts continued with advice against applying generosity to the latter country on the question of French war debts, warning that this would only encourage French militarism. Do not let us from mistaken motives of generosity lend our aid to the further militarization of the European continent. People here are already beginning to be seriously alarmed about French armaments on land and in the air. In addition to these armaments, the French government have also lent large sums to the smaller European states around Germany, mainly with a view to feeding their ravenous military appetites. There is a serious danger lest a policy of excessive generosity on our part, or on the part of America, may simply have the effect of enabling France still more effectively to subsidize and foster militarism on the continent. If things continue on the present lines, this country may soon have to start rearming herself in sheer self-defense. This speech of Smuts covers so adequately the point of view of the Milner Group in the early period of appeasement that no further quotations are necessary. No real change occurred in the point of view of the group from 1920 to 1938, not even as a result of the death of democratic hopes in Germany at the hands of the Nazis. From Smuts's speech of October 1923 before the South African Luncheon Club to Smuts's speech of November 1934 before the RIIA, much water flowed in the river of international affairs, but the ideas of the Milner Group remained rigid and, it may be added, erroneous. Just as the speech of 1923 may be taken as the culmination of the revisionist sentiment of the group in the first 5 years of peace, so the speech of 1934 may be taken as the initiation of the appeasement sentiment of the group in the last 5 years of peace. The speeches could almost be interchanged. We may call one revisionist and the other appeasing, but the point of view, the purpose, the method is the same. These speeches will be mentioned again later. The aim of the Milner Group through the period from 1920 to 1938 was the same: to maintain the balance of power in Europe by building up Germany against France and Russia, to increase Britain's weight in that balance by aligning with her the Dominions and the United States, to refuse any commitments, especially any commitments through the League of Nations, and above all any commitments to aid France beyond those existing in 1919, to keep British freedom of action, to drive Germany eastward against Russia if either or both of these two powers became a threat to the peace of Western Europe. The sabotage of the peace settlement by the Milner Group can be seen best in respect to reparations and the League of Nations. In regard to the former, their argument appeared on two fronts. In the first place, the reparations were too large because they were a dishonorable violation of the pre-armistice agreement, and, in the second place, any demand for immediate or heavy payments in reparation would ruin Germany's international credit and her domestic economic system, to the jeopardy of all reparation payments immediately and of all social order in Central Europe in the long run. The argument against reparations as a violation of the pre-armistice agreement can be found in the volumes of Zimmer and Brand already mentioned. Both concentrated their objections on the inclusion of pension payments by the victors to their own soldiers in the total reparation bill given to the Germans. This was, of course, an obvious violation of the pre-armistice agreement, which bound the Germans to pay only for damage to civilian property. Strangely enough, it was a member of the group, January Smuts, who was responsible for the inclusion of the objectionable items, although he put them in not as a member of the group, but as a South African politician. This fact alone should have prevented him from making his speech of October 1923. However, love of consistency has never prevented Smuts from making the speech. From 1921 onward, the Milner Group and the British government, if the two policies are distinguishable, did all they could to lighten the reparations burden on Germany and to prevent France from using force to collect reparations. The influence of the Milner Group on the government in this field may perhaps be indicated by the identity of the two policies. It might also be pointed out that a member of the group, now Sir Arthur Salter, was General Secretary of the Reparations Commission from 1920 to 1922. Brand was financial advisor to the chairman of the Supreme Economic Council, Lord Robert Cecil, in 1919. He was vice president of the Brussels Conference of 1920, and he was the financial representative of South Africa at the Genoa Conference of 1922 named by Smuts. He was also a member of the International Committee of Experts on the Stabilization of the German Mark in 1922. Hankey was British Secretary at the Genoa Conference of 1922 and at the London Reparations Conference of 1924. He was General Secretary of the Hague Conference of 1929 to 1930, which worked out the detailed application of the Young Plan, and of the Lausanne Conference, which ended reparations. On the two great plans to settle the reparations problem, the Dawes Plan of 1924 and the Young Plan of 1929, the chief influence was that of J.P. Morgan and Company, but the Milner Group had half of the British delegation on the former committee. The British members of the Dawes Committee were two in number: Sir Robert Molesworth, now Lord Kindersley, and Sir Josiah, later Lord Stamp. The former was chairman of the board of directors of Lazard Brothers and Company. Of this firm, Brand was a partner and managing director for many years. The instigation for the formation of this committee came chiefly from the parliamentary agitations of H.A.L. Fisher and John Simon in the early months of 1923. The Milner Group was outraged at the efforts of France to compel Germany to pay reparations. Indeed, they were outraged at the whole policy of France, reparations, the French alliances in Eastern Europe, the disarmament of Germany, French militarism, the French desire for an alliance with Britain, and the French desire for long-term occupation of the Rhineland. These 6 things were listed in the Round Table of March 1922 as the Poincaré system. The journal then continued, "The Poincaré system, indeed, is hopeless. It leads inevitably to fresh war, for it is incredible that a powerful and spirited people like the Germans will be content to remain forever meekly obeying every flourish of Marshal Foch's sword." Earlier, the reader was informed, the system is impracticable. It assumes that the interests of Poland and the Little Entente are the same as those of France. It forgets that the peoples of Europe cannot balance their budgets and recover prosperity unless they cut down their expenditures on armaments to a minimum. It ignores the certainty that British opinion can no more tolerate a French military hegemony over Europe than it could a German or Napoleonic, with its menace to freedom and democracy everywhere. When the French, in January 1923, occupied the Ruhr in an effort to force Germany to pay reparations, the rage of the Milner Group almost broke its bounds. In private, and in the anonymity of the Round Table, they threatened economic and diplomatic retaliation, although in public speeches, such as in Parliament, they were more cautious. However, even in public Fischer, Simon, and Smuts permitted their real feelings to become visible. In the March 1923 issue, the Round Table suggested that the reparations crisis and the Ruhr stalemate could be met by the appointment of a committee of experts including Americans to report on Germany's capacity to pay reparations. It announced that H.A.L. Fischer would move an amendment to the address to this effect in Parliament. This amendment was moved by Fischer on February 19, 1923, before the Round Table in question appeared, in the following terms: "That this House do humbly represent to your Majesty that, inasmuch as the future peace of Europe cannot be safeguarded nor the recovery of reparations be promoted by the operations of the French and Belgian governments in the Ruhr, it is urgently necessary to seek effective securities against aggression by international guarantees under the League of Nations, and to invite the Council of the League without delay to appoint a commission of experts to report upon the capacity of Germany to pay reparations and upon the best method of effecting such payments, and that, in view of the recent indication of willingness on the part of the Government of the United States of America to participate in a conference to this end, the British representatives on the Council of the League should be instructed to urge that an invitation be extended to the American government to appoint experts to serve upon the commission." This motion had, of course, no chance whatever of passing, and Fischer had no expectation that it would. It was merely a propaganda device. 2 statements in it are noteworthy. One was the emphasis on American participation, which was to be expected from the Milner Group. But more important than this was the thinly veiled threat to France contained in the words "it is urgently necessary to seek effective securities against aggression by international guarantees." This clause referred to French aggression and was the seed from which emerged, 3 years later, the Locarno Pacts. There were also some significant phrases, or slips of the tongue, in the speech which Fisher made in support of his motion. For example, he used the word "we" in a way that apparently referred to the Milner Group, and he spoke of liquidation of the penal clauses of the Treaty of Versailles as if that were the purpose of the committee he was seeking. He said, "We are anxious to get the amount of the reparation payment settled by an impartial tribunal. We propose that it should be remitted to the League of Nations. But I admit that I have always had a considerable hesitation in asking the League of Nations to undertake the liquidation of the penal clauses of the Treaty of Versailles. It is an integral part of this amendment that the Americans should be brought in." Lord Robert Cecil objected to the amendment on the ground that its passage would constitute a censure of the government and force it to resign. John Simon then spoke in support of the motion. He said that France would never agree to any reparations figure, because she did not want the reparations clauses fulfilled, since that would make necessary the evacuation of the Rhineland. France went into the Ruhr, he said, not to collect reparations, but to cripple Germany. France was spending immense sums of money on military occupation and armaments, but still was failing to pay either the principal or interest on her debt to Britain. When put to a vote, the motion was defeated, 305 to 196. In the majority were Ormsby Gort, Edward Wood, Amory, 3 Cecils Robert, Evelyn, and Hugh, 2 Osters John and Nancy, Samuel Hoare, Eustace Percy, and Lord Walmer. In the minority were Fisher, Simon, and Arthur Salter. By March, Fisher and Simon were more threatening to France. On the 6th of that month, Fisher said in the House of Commons, "I can only suggest this, that the government make it clear to France, Germany, and the whole world that they regard this present issue between France and Germany, not as an issue affecting 2 nations, but as an issue affecting the peace and prosperity of the whole world. We should keep before ourselves steadily the idea of an international solution. We should work for it with all our power, and we should make it clear to France that an attempt to effect a separate solution of this question could not be considered otherwise than as an unfriendly act." Exactly a week later, John Simon, in a parliamentary manoeuvre, made a motion to cut the appropriation bill for the Foreign Office by £100 and seized the opportunity to make a violent attack on the actions of France. He was answered by Eustace Percy, who in turn was answered by Fisher. In this way the group tried to keep the issue before the minds of the British public and to prepare the way for the Dawes settlement. The Round Table, appealing to a somewhat different public, kept up a similar barrage. In the June 1923 issue, and again in September, it condemned the occupation of the Ruhr. In the former it suggested a 3 part program as follows. 1. Find out what Germany can pay by an expert committee's investigation to leave Germany free to work and produce by an immediate evacuation of the Rhineland. And 3. Protect France and Germany from each other. Another hint about the future Locarno Pacts. This program, according to the Round Table, should be imposed on France with the threat that if France did not accept it, Britain would withdraw from the Rhineland and reparations commissions and formally terminate the Entente. It concluded, the Round Table has not hesitated in recent months to suggest that British neutrality was an attitude inconsistent either with the honour or the interests of the British Commonwealth. The Round Table even went so far as to say that the inflation in Germany was caused by the burden of reparations. In the September 1923 issue it said, probably by the pen of Brand, in the last 2 years it is not inflation which has brought down the mark. The printing presses have been engaged in a vain attempt to follow the depreciation of the currency. That depreciation has been a direct consequence of the world's judgment that the Allied claims for reparation were incapable of being met. It will continue until that judgment, or in other words, those claims are revised. In October 1923, Smuts, who was in London for the Imperial Conference and was in close contact with the group, made speeches in which he compared the French occupation of the Ruhr with the German attack on Belgium in 1914 and said that Britain may soon have to start rearming herself in sheer self-defense against French militarism. John Duff, writing to Brand in a private letter, found an additional argument against France in the fact that her policy was injuring democracy in Germany. He wrote, "It seems to me that the most disastrous effect of Poincaré's policy would be the final collapse of democracy in Germany, the risk of which has been pointed out in the Round Table. The irony of the whole situation is that if the Junkers should capture the right again, the same old antagonisms will revive and we shall find ourselves willy-nilly lined up again with France to avert the danger which French action has again called into being." Even if Smuts follows up his fine speech, the situation may have changed so much before the Imperial Conference is over that people who think like him and us may find ourselves baffled. I doubt if we shall again have as good a chance of getting a peaceful democracy set up in Germany. After the Dawes Plan went into force, the Milner Group's policies continued to be followed by the British government. The policy of fulfilment pursued by Germany under Stresemann was close to the heart of the group. In fact, there is a certain amount of evidence that the group was in a position to reach Stresemann and advise him to follow this policy. This was done through Smuts and Lord D'Abernon. There is little doubt that the Locarno Pacts were designed in the Milner Group and were first brought into public notice by Stresemann, at the suggestion of Lord D'Abernon. Immediately after Smuts made his speech against France in October 1923, he got in touch with Stresemann, presumably in connection with the South African Mandate in Southwest Africa. Smuts himself told the story to Mrs. Millen, his authorized biographer, in these words: "I was in touch with them, the Germans in London, over questions concerning German Southwest. They had sent a man over from their Foreign Office to see me. For I can't say the Germans have behaved very well about German Southwest, but that is another matter." Well, naturally, my speech meant something to this fellow. The English were hating the war business. It was turning them from France to Germany. The whole English-speaking world was hating it. Curzon, in particular, was hating it. Yet very little was being done to express all this feeling. I took it upon myself to express the feeling. I acted, you understand, unofficially. I consulted no one, but I could see my action would not be abhorrent to the government, would, in fact, be a relief to them. When the German from the Foreign Office came to me full of what this sort of attitude would mean to Stresemann, I told him I was speaking only for myself. "But you can see," I said, "that the people here approve of my speech. If my personal advice is any use to you, I would recommend the Germans to give up their policy of non-cooperation, to rely on the goodwill of the world and make a sincere advance towards the better understanding which I am sure can be brought about." I got in touch with Stresemann. Our correspondence followed those lines. You will remember that Stresemann's policy ended in the Dawes Plan and the Pact of Locarno, and that he got the Nobel Peace for this work. In this connection it is worthy of note that the German Chancellor, at a cabinet meeting on November 12, 1923, quoted Smuts by name as the author of what he Stresemann considered the proper road out of the crisis. Lord D'Abernon was not a member of the Milner Group. He was, however, a member of the Cecil block's second generation and had been, at one time, a rather casual member of the Souls. This, it will be recalled, was a country house set in which George Curzon, Arthur Balfour, Alfred Lyttelton, St. John Broderick, and the Tennant sisters were the chief figures. Born Edgar Vincent, he was made Baron d'Abernon in 1914 by Asquith, who was also a member of the Souls, and married Margaret Tennant in 1894. D'Abernon joined the Coldstream Guards in 1877 after graduating from Eton, but within a few years was helping Lord Salisbury to unravel the after-effects of the Congress of Berlin. By 1880 he was private secretary to Lord Edmund Fitzmaurice, brother of Lord Lansdowne and Commissioner for European Turkey. The following year he was assistant to the British Commissioner for Evacuation of the territory ceded to Greece by Turkey. In 1882 he was the British, Belgian, and Dutch representative on the Council of the Ottoman Public Debt, and soon became president of that council. From 1883 to 1889 he was financial advisor to the Egyptian government, and from 1889 to 1897 was governor of the Imperial Ottoman Bank in Constantinople. In Salisbury's third administration he was a Conservative MP for Exeter 1899 to 1906. The next few years were devoted to private affairs in international banking circles close to Milner. In 1920 he was the British civilian member of the Vague on mission to Warsaw. This mission undoubtedly had an important influence on his thinking. As a chief figure in Salisbury's efforts to bolster up the Ottoman Empire against Russia, D'Abernon had always been anti-Russian. In this respect, his background was like Curzon's. As a result of the Warsaw mission, D'Abernon's anti-Russian feeling was modified to an anti-Bolshevik one of much greater intensity. To him, the obvious solution seemed to be to build up Germany as a military bulwark against the Soviet Union. He said as much in a letter of 1 August 1, 1920 to Sir Maurice Hankey. This letter, printed by D'Abernon in his book on the Battle of Warsaw, the 18th Decisive Battle of the World, published 1931, suggests that a good bargain might be made with the German military leaders in cooperating against the Soviet. Shortly afterwards, D'Abernon was made British ambassador at Berlin. At the time, it was widely rumored and never denied that he had been appointed primarily to obtain some settlement of the reparations problem, it being felt that his wide experience in international public finance would qualify him for this work. This may have been so, but his prejudices likewise qualified him for only one solution to the problem, the one desired by the Germans. In reaching this solution, D'Abernon acted as the intermediary among Stresemann, the German Chancellor, Curzon, the Foreign Secretary, and, apparently, Kindersley, Brand's associate at Lazard Brothers. According to Harold Nicolson in his book Curzon: The Last Phase 1934, the initial credit for what proved the ultimate solution belongs, in all probability, to Lord D'Abernon, one of the most acute and broad-minded diplomatists which this country has ever possessed. In the events leading up to Curzon's famous note to France of 1 August 1, 1923, the note which contended that the Ruhr occupation could not be justified under the Treaty of Versailles, D'Abernon played an important role both in London and in Berlin. In his diary of an ambassador, D'Abernon merely listed the notes between Curzon and France and added, "Throughout this controversy Lord D'Abernon had been consulted." During his term as ambassador in Berlin, D'Abernon's policy was identical with that of the Milner Group, except for the shading that he was more anti-Soviet and less anti-French and was more impetuous in his desire to tear up the Treaty of Versailles in favor of Germany. This last distinction rested on the fact that D'Abernon was ready to appease Germany regardless of whether it were democratic or not. Indeed, he did not regard democracy as either necessary or good for Germany. The Milner Group, until 1929, was still in favor of a democratic Germany, because they realized better than D'Abernon the danger to civilization from an undemocratic Germany. It took the World Depression and its resulting social unrest to bring the Milner Group around to the view which D'Abernon held as early as 1920, that appeasement to an undemocratic Germany could be used as a weapon against social disorder. Brigadier General J. H. Morgan, whom we have already quoted, makes perfectly clear that Daverdon was one of the chief obstacles in the path of the Inter-Allied Commission's efforts to force Germany to disarm. In 1920, when von Seeckt, commander of the German army, sought modifications of the disarmament rules which would have permitted large-scale evasion of their provisions, General Morgan found it impossible to get his dissenting reports accepted in London. He wrote in A Size of Arms, "At the 11th hour I managed to get my reports on the implications of von Seeckt's plan brought to the direct notice of Mr. Lloyd George through the agency of my friend Philip Carroll, who, after reading these reports, advised the Prime Minister to reject von Seeckt's proposals." Rejected they were at the Conference of Spa in July 1920, as we shall see, but von Seeckt refused to accept defeat and fell back on a second move. When, in 1921, General Morgan became gravely disturbed at the evasions of German disarmament, he wrote a memorandum on the subject. It was suppressed by Lord Daverdon. Morgan added in his book, "I was not altogether surprised. Lord Daverdon was the apostle of appeasement." In January 1923, this apostle of appeasement forced the British delegation on the Disarmament Commission to stop all inspection operations in Germany. They were never resumed, although the Commission remained in Germany for 4 more years, and the French could do nothing without the British members. Throughout 1923 and 1924, Daverdon put pressure on both the German and the British governments to pursue a policy on the reparations question which was identical with that which Smuts was advocating at the same time and in the same quarters. He put pressure on the British government to follow this policy on the grounds that any different policy would lead to Streseman's fall from office. This would result in a very dangerous situation, according to Daverdon and Stresemann, where Germany might fall into the control of either the extreme left or the extreme right. For example, a minute of a German cabinet meeting of November 2, 1923, found by Eric Sutton among Stresemann's papers and published by him, said in part, to the English ambassador, who made some rather anxious inquiries. Stresemann stated that the maintenance of the state of siege was absolutely essential in view of the risk of a push both from the left and from the right. He would use all his efforts to preserve the unity of the Reich. Lord Daverdon replied that his view, which was shared in influential quarters in London, was that Stresemann was the only man who could steer the German ship of state through the present troubled waters. Among the quarters in London which shared this view, we find the Milner Group. The settlement which emerged from the crisis, the Dawes Plan and the evacuation of the Ruhr, was exactly what the Milner Group wanted. From that point on to the banking crisis of 1931, their satisfaction continued. In the years 1929 to 1931 they clearly had no direct influence on affairs, chiefly because a Labour government was in office in London, but their earlier activities had so predetermined the situation that it continued to develop in the direction they wished. After the banking crisis of 1931, The whole structure of international finance with which the group had been so closely associated disappeared and, after a brief period of doubt, was replaced by the rapid growth of monopolistic national capitalism. This was accepted by the Miltner Group with hardly a break in stride. Hitchens had been deeply involved in monopolistic heavy industry for a quarter of a century in 1932. Miltner had advocated a system of national capitalism with industrial self-regulation behind tariff walls even earlier. Amory and others had accepted much of this as a method, although they did not necessarily embrace Miltner's rather socialistic goals. As a result, in the period 1931 to 1933, the Miltner Group willingly liquidated reparations, war debts, and the whole structure of international capitalism, and embraced protection and cartels instead. Parallel with their destruction of reparations, and in a much more direct fashion, the Miltner Group destroyed collective security through the League of Nations. The group never intended that the League of Nations should be used to achieve collective security. They never intended that sanctions, either military or economic, should be used to force any aggressive power to keep the peace or to enforce any political decision which might be reached by international agreement. This must be understood at the beginning. The Miltner Group never intended that the League should be used as an instrument of collective security or that sanctions should be used as an instrument by the League. From the beginning, they expected only two things from the League: one, that it could be used as a center for international cooperation in international administration and non-political matters, and two, that it could be used as a center for consultation in political matters. In regard to the first point, the group regarded the League as a center for such activities as those previously exercised through the International Postal Union. In all such activities as this, each state would retain full sovereignty and would cooperate only on a completely voluntary basis in fields of social importance. In regard to the second point, political questions, no member of the group had any intention of any state yielding any sliver of its full sovereignty to the League. The League was merely an agreement, like any treaty, by which each state bound itself to confer together in a crisis and not make war within 3 months of the submission of the question to consultation. The whole purpose of the League was to delay action in a crisis by requiring this period for consultation. There was no restriction on action after the 3 months. There was some doubt, within the group, as to whether sanctions could be used to compel the state to observe the 3 months delay. Most of the members of the group said no to this question. A few said that economic sanctions could be used. Robert Cecil, at the beginning, at least, felt that political sanctions might be used to compel the state to keep the peace for the 3 months. But by 1922 every member of the group had abandoned both political and economic sanctions for enforcing the 3 months delay. There never was within the group any intention at any time to use sanctions for any other purpose, such as keeping peace after the 3-month period. This, then, was the point of view of the Miltner Group in 1919, as in 1939, Unfortunately, in the process of drawing up the Covenant of the League in 1919, certain phrases or implications were introduced into the document, under pressure from France, from Woodrow Wilson, and from other groups in Britain, which could be taken to indicate that the League might have been intended to be used as a real instrument of collective security, that it might have involved some minute limitation of state sovereignty, that sanctions might under certain circumstances be used to protect the peace. As soon as these implications became clear, the group's ardor for the League began to evaporate. When the United States refused to join the League, this dwindling ardor turned to hatred. Nevertheless, the group did not abandon the League at this point. On the contrary, they tightened their grip on it, in order to prevent any foolish persons from using the vague implications of the Covenant in an effort to make the League an instrument of collective security. The group were determined that if any such effort as this were made, they would prevent it and, if necessary, destroy the League to prevent it. Only they would insist, in such a case, that the League was destroyed not by them but by the persons who tried to use it as an instrument of collective security. All of this may sound extreme. Unfortunately, it is not extreme. That this was what the group did to the League is established beyond doubt in history. That the group intended to do this is equally beyond dispute. The evidence is conclusive. The British ideas on the League and the British drafts of the Covenant were formed by 4 men, all close to the Milner Group. They were Lord Robert Cecil, General Smuts, Lord Finley-More, and Alfred Zimmern. For drafting documents they frequently used Cecil Hurst, a close associate, but not a member, of the group. Sir Cecil since 1920 was Assistant Legal Advisor to the Foreign Office in 1902 to 1918, Legal Advisor in 1918 to 1929, the Judge on the Permanent Court of International Justice at The Hague in 1929 to 1946. And Chairman of the United Nations War Crimes Commission in 1943 to 1944. He was the man responsible for the verbal form of Articles 10 to 16, the sanctioned Articles of the Covenant of the League of Nations, for the Articles of Agreement with Ireland in 1921, and for the wording of the Locarno Pact in 1925. He frequently worked closely with the Milner Group. For example, in 1921 he was instrumental in making an agreement by which the British Yearbook of International Law, of which he was editor, was affiliated with the Royal Institute of International Affairs. At the time, he and Curtis were working together on the Irish Agreement. As early as 1916, Lord Robert Cecil was trying to persuade the Cabinet to support the League of Nations. This resulted in the appointment of the Finley-More Committee, which drew up the first British draft for the Covenant. As a result, in 1918 to 1919 Lord Robert became the chief government spokesman for a League of Nations and the presumed author of the second British draft. The real author of this second draft was Alfred Zimmern. Cecil and Zimmer were both dubious of any organization that would restrict state sovereignty. On November 12, 1918, the day after the armistice, Lord Robert made a speech at Birmingham on the type of leave he expected. That speech shows clearly that he had little faith in the possibility of disarmament and none in international justice or military sanctions to preserve the peace. The sovereignty of each state was left intact. As W. Rappert, director of the Graduate School of International Studies at Geneva, wrote in International Conciliation in June 1927, Lord Cecil was very skeptical about the possibility of submitting vital international questions to the judgment of courts of law and confessed to the greatest doubts as to the practicability of enforcing the decrees of such courts by any form of international force. On the other hand, he firmly believed in the efficacy of economic pressure as a means of coercing a country bent on aggression in violation of its Pacific agreements. It might be remarked in passing that the belief that economic sanctions could be used without a backing of military force, or the possibility of needing such backing, is the one sure sign of a novice in foreign politics, and Robert Cecil could never be called a novice in such matters. In the speech itself he said, "The most important step we can now take is to devise machinery which, in case of international dispute, will, at the least, delay the outbreak of war, and secure full and open discussion of the causes of the quarrel. For that purpose all that would be necessary would be a treaty binding the signatories never to wage war themselves or permit others to wage war till the formal conference of nations had been held to inquire into, and, if possible, decide the dispute." It is probably true, at least in theory, that decisions would be difficult to obtain, for the decisions of such a conference, like all other international proceedings, would have to be unanimous to be binding. But since the important thing is to secure delay and open discussion, that is to say, time to enable public opinion to act and information to instruct it, this is not a serious objection to the proposal. Indeed, from one point of view, it is an advantage, since it avoids any interference with national sovereignty except the interposition of a delay in seeking redress by force of arms. This is the essential thing. To that extent, and to that extent only, international coercion would be necessary. This speech of Cecil's was approved by the Round Table and accepted as its own point of view in the issue of December 1918. At the same time, through Smuts, the Milner Group published another statement of its views. This pamphlet, called the League of Nations, a practical suggestion, was released in December 1918, after having been read in manuscript and criticized by the inner circle, especially Curtis. This statement devoted most of its effort to the use of mandates for captured German colonies. For preserving the peace, it had considerable faith in compulsory arbitration and hoped to combine this with widespread disarmament. The group's own statement on this subject appeared in the December 1918 issue of the Round Table in an article called "Windows of Freedom," written by Curtis. He pointed out that British sea power had twice saved civilization, and any proposal that it should be used in the future only at the request of the League of Nations must be emphatically rejected. The League would consist of fallible human beings, and England could never yield her decision to them. He continued, her own existence and that of the world's freedom are inseparably connected. To yield it without a blow is to yield the whole citadel in which the forces that make for human freedom are entrenched. To covenant to yield it is to bargain the betrayal of the world in advance. The League must not be a world government. If the burden of a world government is placed on it, it will fall with a crash. He pointed out it could be a world government only if it represented peoples and not states, and if it had the power to tax those peoples. It should simply be an interstate conference of the world. The Peace Conference cannot hope to produce a written constitution for the globe or a genuine government of mankind. What it can do is establish a permanent annual conference between foreign ministers themselves, with a permanent secretariat, in which, as at the Peace Conference itself, all questions at issue between states can be discussed and, if possible, settled by agreement. Such a conference cannot itself govern the world, still less those portions of mankind who cannot yet govern themselves. But it can act as a symbol and organ of the human conscience, however imperfect, to which real governments of existing states can be made answerable for facts which concern the world at large. In another article in the same issue of the Round Table, Some Principles and Problems of the Settlement, December 1918, similar ideas were expressed even more explicitly by Zimmern. He stated that the League of Nations should be called the League of States, or the Interstate Conference, for sovereign states would be its units, and it would make not laws but contracts. The League of Nations, in fact, is far from invalidating or diminishing national sovereignty, should strengthen and increase it. The work before the coming age is then to supersede the existing states but to moralize them. Membership must be restricted to those states where authority is based upon the consent of the people over whom it is exercised the reign of law. It can reasonably be demanded that no states should be admitted which do not make such a consummation one of the deliberate aims of their policy. Under this idea, the Round Table excluded by name from the new League Liberia, Mexico, and above all Russia. The League, it continued, will not simply be a league of states, it will be a league of commonwealths. As its hopes in the League dwindled, the Round Table became less exclusive, and, in June 1919, it declared, without Germany or Russia the League of Nations will be dangerously incomplete. In the March 1919 issue, the Round Table described in detail the kind of league it wanted, a common clearing-house or non-contentious business. Its whole basis was to be public opinion, and its organization was to be that of an assembly point of bureaucrats of various countries about an international secretariat and various organizations like the International Postal Union or the International Institute of Agriculture. Every great department of government in each country whose activities touch those of similar departments in other countries should have its recognized delegates on a permanent international commission charged with the study of the sphere of international relations in question and with the duty of making recommendations to their various governments. Across the street, as it were, from these permanent bureaus, at the capital of the League, there should be another central permanent bureau, an international secretariat. They must not be national ambassadors, but civil servants under the sole direction of a non-national chancellor, and the aim of the whole organization must be to evolve a practical international sense, a sense of common service. This plan regarded the Council of the League as the successor of the Supreme War Council, made up of premiers and foreign ministers, and the instrument for dealing with political questions in a purely consultative way. Accordingly, the Council would consist only of the great powers. These plans for the Covenant of the League of Nations were rudely shattered at the peace conference when the French demanded that the new organization be a super-state with its own army and powers of action. The British were horrified, but with the help of the Americans were able to shelve this suggestion. However, to satisfy the demand from their own delegations as well as the French, they spread a camouflage of sham world government over the structure they had planned. This was done by Cecil Hurst. Hurst visited David Hunter Miller, the American legal expert, one night and persuaded him to replace the vital clauses 10 to 16 with drafts drawn up by Hurst. These drafts were deliberately drawn with loopholes so that no aggressor need ever be driven to the point where sanctions would have to be applied. This was done by presenting alternative paths of action leading toward sanctions, some of them leading to economic sanctions, but one path, which could be freely chosen by the aggressor, always available, leading to a loophole where no collective action would be possible. The whole procedure was concealed beneath a veil of legalistic terminology so that the Covenant could be presented to the public as a watertight document. But Britain could always escape from the necessity to apply sanctions through a loophole. In spite of this, the Milner Group were very dissatisfied. They tried simultaneously to do three things. 1. To persuade public opinion that the League was a wonderful instrument of international cooperation designed to keep the peace. 2. To criticize the Covenant for the traces of a sham world government which had been thrown over it. And 3. To reassure themselves and the ruling groups in England, the Dominions, and the United States that the League was not a world state. All of this took a good deal of neat footwork, or, more accurately, nimble tongues and neat pen work. More double talk and double writing were emitted by the Milner Group on this subject in the 2 decades 1919 to 1939 than was issued by any other group on this subject in the period. Among themselves the group did not conceal their disappointment with the Covenant because it went too far. In the June 1919 issue of the Round Table they said reassuringly, "The document is not the constitution of a super-state, but, as its title explains, a solemn agreement between sovereign states which consent to limit their complete freedom of action on certain points. The League must continue to depend on the free consent, in the last resort, of its component states. This assumption is evident in nearly every article of the Covenant, of which the ultimate and most effective sanction must be the public opinion of the civilized world. If the nations of the future are in the main selfish, grasping, and bellicose, no instrument or machinery will restrain them. But in the same issue we read the complaint. In the Imperial Conference, Sir Wilfrid Laurier was never tired of saying, "This is not a government, but a conference of governments with governments." It is a pity that there was no one in Paris to keep on saying this, for the Covenant is still marked by the traces of sham government. By the March 1920 issue, the full bitterness of the group on this last point became evident. It said, "The League has failed to secure the adhesion of one of its most important members, the United States, and is very unlikely to secure it. This situation presents a very serious problem for the British Empire. We have not only undertaken great obligations under the League which we must now both in honesty and in self-regard revise, but we have looked to the League to provide us with the machinery for united British action in foreign affairs." My italics. This is the cat coming out of the bag. The article continued with criticism of Wilson, and praise of the Republican Senate's refusal to swallow the League as it stood. It then said, "The vital weakness of the treaty and the Covenant became more clear than ever in the months succeeding the signature at Versailles. A settlement based on ideal principles and poetic justice can be permanently applied and maintained only by a world government to which all nations will subordinate their private interests. It demands, not only that they should sacrifice their private interests to this world interest, but also that they should be prepared to enforce the claims of world interest even in matters where their own interests are in no wise engaged. It demands, in fact, that they should subordinate their national sovereignty to an international code and an international ideal." The reservations of the American Senate. Point the practical difficulties of this ideal with simple force. All the reservations are affirmations of the sovereign right of the American people to make their own policy without interference from an international league. None of these reservations, it should be noted, contravenes the general aims of the League, but they are, one and all, directed to ensure that no action is taken in pursuit of those aims except with the consent and approval of the Congress. There is nothing peculiar in this attitude. It is merely, we repeat, a broad reflex of an attitude already taken up by all the European allies in questions where their national interests are affected, and also by the British dominions in their relations with the British government. It gives us a statement in plain English of the limitations to the ideal of international action which none of the other allies will, in practice, dispute. So far, therefore, from destroying the League of Nations, the American reservations have rendered it the great service of pointing clearly to the flaws which at present neutralize its worth. Among these flaws, in the opinion of the Milner crew, was the fact that their plan to use the League of Nations as a method of tying the Dominions more closely to the United Kingdom had failed, and, instead, the Covenant gave the Dominions the grounds, or rather the excuse, to avoid closer union with the United Kingdom. It had been found in Paris that in order to preserve its unity the British delegation must meet frequently as a delegation to discuss its policy before meeting the representatives of foreign nations in conference. How was this unity of action to be maintained after the signature of peace without committing the Dominion governments to some new constitutional organization within the Commonwealth? And if some new constitutional organization were to be devised for this purpose, how could it fail to limit in some way the full national independent status which the Dominion governments had just achieved by their recognition as individual members of the League of Nations? The answer to these questions was found in cooperation within the League, which was to serve not only as the link between the British Empire and foreign powers, but as the link also between the constituent nations of the British Empire itself. Imbued with this idea, the Dominion statesmen accepted obligations to foreign powers under the Covenant of the League more binding than any obligations which they would undertake to their kindred nations within the British Empire. In other words, they mortgaged their freedom of action to a league of foreign states in order to avoid the possibility of mortgaging it to the British government. It hardly required the reservations of the American Senate to demonstrate the illusory character of this arrangement. The British Dominions have made no such reservations with regard to the Covenant, and they are therefore bound by the obligations which have been rejected by the United States, Canada, Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand are, in fact, bound by stronger written obligations to Poland and Czechoslovakia than to the British Isles. It is almost needless to observe that none of the democracies of the British Empire has grasped the extent of its obligations to the League of Nations or would hesitate to repudiate them at once, if put to the test. If England were threatened by invasion, the other British democracies would mobilize at once for her support, but though they have a written obligation to Poland, which they have never dreamed of giving to England, they would not in practice mobilize a single man to defend the integrity of the corridor to Danzig or any other Polish territorial interest. This is a dangerous and equivocal situation. It is time that our democracies reviewed and corrected it with the clearness of vision and candor of statement displayed by the much-abused Senate of the United States. To what course of action do these conclusions point? They point in the first place to revision of our obligations under the League. We are at present pledged to guarantees of territorial arrangements in Europe which may be challenged at any time by forces too powerful for diplomatic control, and it is becoming evident that in no part of the Empire would public opinion sanction our active interference in the local disputes which may ensue. The Polish corridor to Danzig is a case in point. Our proper course is to revise and restate our position towards the League in accordance with these facts. First, we wish to do our utmost to guarantee peace, liberty, and 18W throughout the world without committing ourselves to quixotic obligations to foreign states. Second, we wish to assist and develop the simple mechanism of international dealing embodied in the League without mortgaging our freedom of action and judgment under an international covenant. Our policy toward the League should, therefore, be revised on the following guiding lines. 1. We should state definitely that our action within the League will be governed solely by our own judgment of every situation as it arises, and we must undertake no general obligations which we may not be able or willing, when the test comes, to discharge. 2. We must in no case commit ourselves to responsibilities which we cannot discharge to the full with our own resources, independent of assistance from any foreign power. 3. We must definitely renounce the idea that the League may normally enforce its opinions by military or economic pressure on the recalcitrant states. It exists to bring principles together for open discussion of international difficulties, to extend and develop the mechanisms and habit of international cooperation, and to establish an atmosphere in which international controversies may be settled with fairness and goodwill. With the less ambitious objects defined above, it will sooner or later secure the wholehearted support of American opinion. The influence of the League of Nations upon British imperial relations has for the moment been misleading and dangerous. It is only a question of time before this situation leads to an incident of some kind which will provoke the bitterest recrimination and controversy. In the leading article of the September 1920 issue, the Round Table took up the same problem and repeated many of its arguments. It blamed Wilson for corrupting the Covenant into a pseudo-world government by adding sham decorations to a fundamentally different structure based on consultation of sovereign states. Instead of the Covenant, it concluded, we should have merely continued the Supreme Council, which was working so well at Spot. In spite of this complete disillusionment with the League, the Milner Group still continued to keep the firm grip on as much of it as Britain could control. In the first 100 sessions of the Council of the League of Nations 1920 to 1938, 30 different persons sat as delegates for Britain. Omitting the 4 who sat for Labour governments, we have 26. Of these, 7 were from the Milner Group. 7 others were present at only one session and are of little significance. The others were almost all from the Cecil bloc close to the Milner Group. The following list indicates the distribution. Name sessions as delegate: Anthony Eden 39, Sir John Simon 22, Sir Austen Chamberlain 20, Arthur Balfour 16, Lord Robert Cecil 15, 6, Alexander Cadogan 12, E. H. Carr 8, H. A. L. Fisher 7, Sir William Malkin 7, Viscount Cranborne 5, Lord Curzon 3, Lord Londonderry 3, Leopold Amory. To Edward Wood, Lord Halifax. To Cecil Hurst. To Sir Edward H. Young. To Lord Cushion Dunn. To Lord Onslow. To Gilbert Murray 1, Sir Reginald Rod 1, 6 others 1 each. At the annual meetings of the Assembly of the League, a somewhat similar situation existed. The delegations had from 3 to 8 members, with about half of the number being from the Milner Group, except when members of the Labour Party were present. H.A.L. Fisher was a delegate in 1920, 1921, and 1922. Mrs. Alfred Lyttelton was one in 1923, 1926, 1927, 1928, and 1931. Lord Astor was one in 1931, 1936, and 1938. Cecil Hurst was one in 1924, 1926, 1927, and 1928. Gilbert Murray was one in 1924. Lord Halifax was one in 1923 and 1936. Ormsby Gort was one in 1933. Lord Robert Cecil was one in 1923, 1926, 1929, 1930, 1931, and 1932. D. H. Carr was one in 1933 and 1934, etc. The Milner Group control was most complete at the crucial 12th Assembly 1931, when the delegation of 5 members consisted of Lord Robert Cecil, Lord Lytton, Lord Astor, Arthur Salter, and Mrs. Lyttelton. In addition, the group frequently had other members attached to the delegations as secretaries or substitutes. Among these were E. H. Carr, A. L. Smith, and R. M. Makins. Moreover, the group frequently had members on the delegations from the Dominions. The South African delegation in 1920 had Robert Cecil. In 1921 it had Robert Cecil and Gilbert Murray. In 1923 it had Smuts and Gilbert Murray. The Australian delegation had Sir John Latham in 1926, while the Canadian delegation had Vincent Massey 10 years later. The Indian delegation had L. F. Rushbrook Williams in 1925. The Milner Group was also influential in the Secretariat of the League. Sir Eric Drummond, now 16th Earl of Perth, who had been Balfour's private secretary from 1916 to 1919, was Secretary-General to the League from 1919 to 1933, when he resigned to become British Ambassador in Rome. Not a member of the group, he was nevertheless close to it. Harold Butler, of the group and of All Souls, was Deputy Director and Director of the International Labour Office in the period 1920 to 1938. Arthur Salter, of the group and All Souls, was Director of the Economic and Financial Section of the League in 1919 to 1920 and again in 1922 to 1931. B. H. Sumner, of the group and All Souls, now Warden, was on the staff of the ILO in 1920 to 1922. R. M. Makins, of the group and All Souls, was Assistant Advisor and Advisor on League of Nations affairs to the Foreign Office in 1937 to 1939. To build up public opinion in favor of the League of Nations, the Milner Group formed an organization known as the League of Nations Union. In this organization the most active figures were Lord Robert Cecil, Gilbert Murray, the present Lord Esher, Mrs. Lyttelton, and Wilson Harris. Lord Cecil was President from 1923 to 1945. Professor Murray was chairman from 1923 to 1938 and co-president from 1938 to 1945. Wilson Harris was its parliamentary secretary and editor of its paper, Headway, for many years. Among others, C.A. McCartney, of All Souls and the RIA, was head of the Intelligence Department from 1928 to 1936. Harris and McCartney were late additions to the group, the former becoming a member of the Inner Circle about 1922, while the latter became a member of the Outer Circle in the late 1920s, probably as a result of his association with the Encyclopaedia Britannica as an expert on Central Europe. Wilson Harris was one of the most intimate associates of Lionel Curtis, Philip Kerr, and other members of the Inner Core in the 1920s, and this association became closer, if possible, in the 1930s. A graduate of Cambridge University in 1906, he served for many years in various capacities with the Daily News. Since 1932 he has been editor of The Spectator, and since 1945 he has been a Member of Parliament from Cambridge University. He was one of the most ardent advocates of appeasement in the period 1935 to 1939, especially in the meetings at Chatham House. In this connection, it might be mentioned that he was a member of the Council of the RIA in 1924 to 1927. He has written books on Woodrow Wilson, the peace settlement, the League of Nations, disarmament, etc. His most recent work is a biography of J.A. Spender, one-time editor of the Westminster Gazette 1896 to 1922, which he and his brother founded in 1893 in collaboration with Egmont Garrett and Edward Cook, when author left the Pall Mall Gazette after its purchase by Waldorf Astor. The ability of the Milner Group to mobilize public opinion in regard to the League of Nations is almost beyond belief. It was not a simple task, since they were simultaneously trying to do two things: on the one hand, seeking to build up popular opinion in favor of the League so that its work could be done more effectively, and, at the same time, seeking to prevent influential people from using the League as an instrument of world government before popular opinion was ready for a world government. In general, the Round Table and the Times were used for the latter purpose, while the League of Nations Union and a strange assortment of outlets, such as Chatham House, Toynbee Hall, extension courses at Oxford, adult education courses in London, international conciliation in the United States, the Institute of Politics at Williamstown, the Institute of Intellectual Cooperation at Paris, the Geneva School of International Studies and the Graduate Institute of International Studies at Geneva, and the various branches of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, were used for the former purpose. The Milner Group did not control all of these. Their influence was strong in all of them, and, since the influence of J.P. Morgan and Company was also strong in most of them, and since Morgan and the group were pursuing a parallel policy on this issue, the group were usually able to utilize the resources of these. various organizations when they wished. As examples of this, we might point out that Curtis and Kerr each gave a series of lectures at the Institute of Politics, Williamstown, in 1922. Selections from these, along with an article from the September 1922 issue of the Round Table, were published in International Conciliation for February 1923. Carroll and Lord Birkenhead spoke at the Institute in 1923. Sir Arthur Willard, a close associate if not a member of the group, spoke at the Institute of Politics in 1927. Sir Arthur was always close to the group. He was a member of the staff of the Times from 1906 to 1921, chiefly as head of the Washington office. He was in the Foreign Office as head of the News Department from 1921 to 1935, was on the United Kingdom delegation to the League of Nations in 1929. 1934, was an important figure in the Ministry of Information. The Milner Group thief in 1939 to 1945, and wrote a book called The Empire and the World in collaboration with H. V. Hodgson and B. K. Long of the kindergarten. Other associates of the group who spoke at the Institute of Politics at Williamstown were Lord Eustace Percy, who spoke on wartime shipping problems in 1929, and Lord Meston, who spoke on Indian nationalism in 1930. The relationship between the Milner Group and the valuable little monthly publication called International Conciliation was exercised indirectly through the Parallel Group in America, which had been organized by the associates of J.P. Morgan and Company before the First World War, and which made its most intimate connections with the Milner Group at the Peace Conference of 1919. We have already mentioned this American group in connection with the Council on Foreign Relations and the Institute of Pacific Relations. Through this connection, many of the activities and propaganda effusions of the Milner Group were made available to a wide public in America. We have already mentioned the February 1923 issue of International Conciliation, which was monopolized by the group. A few other examples might be mentioned. Both of General Smuts's important speeches, that of October 23, 1923 and that of November 13, 1934, were reproduced in International Conciliation. So too was an article on the League and Minorities by Wilson Harris. This was in the September 1926 issue. The Times editorial of November 22, 1926 on the Empire as it is was reprinted in March 1927. Another of July 14, 1934 is in the September issue of the same year. A third of July 12, 1935 is in the issue of September 1935. Brand's report on Germany's foreign creditors' standstill agreements is in the May issue of 1932, while a long article from the same pen on the gold problem appears in the October 1937 issue. This article was originally published, over a period of 3 days, in the Times in June 1937. An article on Russia from the Round Table was reprinted in December 1929. Lord Lothian's speeches of October 25, 1939 and of 1 December 1, 1940 were both printed in the issues of International Conciliation immediately following their delivery. An article by Lothian called League or No League, first published in The Observer in August 1936, was reprinted in the periodical under consideration in December 1936. An article by Lord Cecil on disarmament, another by Clarence Stripe, one of the few American members of the group on the League of Nations, and a third by Stephen King Hall on the Mediterranean problem were published in December 1932, February 1934, and January 1938 respectively. The speech of John Simons appears in the issue of May 1935. One of Samuel Hoar's is in the September issue of the same year. Another by Samuel Hoar is in the issue of November 1935. Needless to say, the activities of the Institute of Pacific Relations, of the Imperial Conferences, of the League of Nations, and the various international meetings devoted to reparations and disarmament were adequately reflected in the pages of International Conciliation. The deep dislike which the Milner Group felt for the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations was shared by the French, but for quite opposite reasons. The French felt insecure in the face of Germany because they realized that France had beaten Germany in 1918 only because of the happy fact that she had Russia, Great Britain, Italy, and the United States to help her. From 1919 onward, France had no guarantee that in any future attack by Germany she would have any such assistance. To be sure, the French knew that Britain must come to the aid of France if there was any danger of Germany defeating France. The Milner Group knew this too. But France wanted some arrangement by which Britain would be alongside France from the first moment of a German attack, since the French had no assurance that they could withstand the German onslaught alone, even for a brief period. Moreover, if they could, the French were afraid that the opening onslaught would deliver to the Germans control of the most productive part of France as captured territory. This is what had happened in 1914. To avoid this, the French sought in vain one alternative after another, to detach from Germany, or, at least, to occupy for an extended period the Rhineland area of Germany. This would put the Ruhr, the most vital industrial area of Germany, within striking distance of French forces. B. To get a British-American, or at least a British, guarantee of French territory. C. To get a League of Nations with teeth, that is, one with its own police forces and powers to act automatically against an aggressor. All of these were blocked by the English and Americans at the Peace Conference in 1919. The French sought substitutes. Of these, the only one they obtained was a system of alliances with new states, like Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the enlarged Romania, on the east of Germany. All of these states were of limited power, and the French had little faith in the effectiveness of their assistance. Accordingly, the French continued to seek their other aims, to extend the 15 years occupation of the Rhineland into a longer or even an indefinite period, to get some kind of British guarantee, to strengthen the League of Nations by plugging the gaps in the covenant, to use the leverage of reparations and its armament as provided in the Treaty of Versailles to keep Germany down, to wreck her economically, or even to occupy the Ruhr. All of these efforts were blocked by the machinations of the Milner Group. At the moment, we shall refer only to the efforts to plug the gaps in the covenant. These gaps, as we have indicated, were put in by Cecilhurst and were exactly to the taste of the Milner Group. The chief efforts of the French and their allies on the continent to plug the gaps were the Draft Treaty of Mutual Assistance 1923 and the Geneva Protocol 1924. What the Milner Group thought of both of these can be gathered from the following extracts from the Round Table's denunciation of the Protocol. In the December 1924 issue, in an article entitled "The British Commonwealth, the Protocol, and the League," we find the following: "What is to be the British answer to this invitation to re-enter the stormy field of internal European politics? Can the British Commonwealth afford to become permanently bound up with the internal political structure of Europe? And will it promote the peace and stability of Europe or the world that Europe should attempt to solve its problems on the basis of a permanent British guarantee?" The answer in our judgment to both these questions must be an emphatic no. Then, after repeating its contention that the only purpose of the covenant was to secure delay in a crisis for consultation, it continued, "The idea that all nations ought to consult how they are to deal with states which precipitate war without allowing any period for inquiry and mediation is the real heart of the League of Nations, and, if the British Commonwealth wants to prevent a recurrence of the Great War, it must be willing to recognize that it has a vital interest in working out with other nations the best manner of giving effect to this fundamental idea. Decisions as to the rights and wrongs of international disputes, and of what common action the nations should take when they are called together to deal with such an outlaw, must be left to be determined in the light of the circumstances of the time. The view of the Round Table is that the British Commonwealth should make it perfectly clear that it will accept no further obligations than this, and that the covenant of the League must be amended to establish beyond question that no authority, neither the Council nor any arbitral body it may appoint, has any power to render a binding decision or to order a war, except with the consent of the members themselves." The bitterness of the group's feelings against France at the time appears in the same article a couple of pages later when it asked, or as the proposal implicit in the Protocol merely one for transferring to the shoulders of Great Britain, which alone is paying her debts, some part of the cost of maintaining that preponderance which now rests upon the European states which profit most by it. It is sheer rubbish to suggest that France needs military guarantees for security. What France really wants is a guarantee that the Allies will maintain a perpetual preponderance over Germany. This we can never give her, for in the long run it makes not for peace but for war. In another article in the same issue, the protocol was analyzed and denounced. The final conclusion was, "It is our firm conviction that no alternative is acceptable which fails to provide for the free exercise by the parliaments and peoples of the empire of their judgment as to how to deal with any disturbance of the peace, for any threat of such disturbance, on its merits as it arises." That has been the guiding principle throughout the political history of the British peoples. The methods of the protocol belong to another world, and, if for no other reason, they should be rejected. The protocol was officially rejected by Austen Chamberlain at a session of the Council of the League of Nations in March 1925. John Duff, Lionel Curtis, Philip Kerr, and Wilson Harris went to Geneva to be present at the meeting. After the deed was done, they went to visit Prague and Berlin, and ended by meeting Lady Astor in Paris. From Geneva and Paris, John Duff wrote to Brand letters which Brand later published in his edition of the Letters of John Duff. One of the reasons given by Austen Chamberlain in 1925 for rejecting the Geneva Protocol was the opposition of the Dominions. That the Milner Group was able to affect Dominion opinion on this subject is clear. They could use men like Massey and Glazebrook in Canada, Bavin and Eggleston in Australia, Doughty, Stewart and Allen in New Zealand, Smuts and Duncan in South Africa. More important than the Milner Group's ability to influence opinion in the Dominions was its ability to influence decisions in London. In much of this latter field, Lord Esher undoubtedly played an important role. It is perfectly clear that Lord Esher disliked collective security, and for the same reasons as the Round Table. This can be seen in his published journals and letters. For example, on February 18, 1919, in a letter to Hankey, he wrote, "I fervently believe that the happiness and welfare of the human race is more closely concerned in the evolution of English democracy and of our imperial commonwealth than in the growth of any international league." On December 7, 1919, in another letter to Hankey, he wrote, "You say that my letter was critical and not constructive. So it was. But the ground must be cleared of debris first. I assume that this is done. We will forget the high ideals and the 14 points for the moment. We will be eminently practical. So here goes. Do not let us bother about a League of Nations. It may come slowly or not at all. What step forward, if any, can we take? We can get a League of Empire." Shortly afterwards, writing to his heir, the present Viscount Esher, he called the League a paper hoop. The importance of this can be seen if we realize that Lord Esher was the most important factor on the Committee of Imperial Defence, and this committee was one of the chief forces determining British foreign policy in this period. In fact, no less an authority than Lord Robert Cecil has said that the Geneva Protocol was rejected on the advice of the Committee of Imperial Defence, and that he accepted that decision only when he was promised a new project which subsequently became the Locarno Pact. 8. The rejection of the protocol by Britain was regarded subsequently by real supporters of the League as the turning point in its career. There was an outburst of public sentiment against this selfish and cold-blooded action. Zimmer, who knew more than he revealed, went to Oxford in May 1925 and made a brilliant speech against those who were sabotaging the League. He did not identify them, but clearly indicated their existence, and, as the crudest blow of all, attributed their actions to a failure of intelligence. As a result of this feeling, which was widespread throughout the world, the group determined to give the world the appearance of a guarantee to France. This was done in the Locarno Pacts, the most complicated and most deceitful international agreement made between the Treaty of Versailles and the Munich Pact. We cannot discuss them in detail here, but must content ourselves with pointing out that in appearance, and in the publicity campaign which accompanied their formation, the Locarno agreements guaranteed the frontier of Germany with France and Belgium with the power of these three states plus Britain and Italy. In reality, the agreements gave France nothing, while they gave Britain the veto over French fulfillment of her alliances with Poland and the Little Entente. The French accepted these deceptive documents for reasons of internal politics. Obviously, any French government which could make the French people believe that it had been able to secure the British guarantee of France's eastern frontier could expect the gratitude of the French people to be reflected at the polls. The fundamental shrewdness and realism of the French, however, made it difficult to conceal from them the trap that lay in the Locarno agreements. This trap consisted of several interlocking factors. In the first place, the agreements did not guarantee the German frontier and the demilitarized condition of the Rhineland against German actions, but against the actions of either Germany or France. This, at one stroke, gave Britain the legal grounds for opposing France if she tried any repetition of the military occupation of the Ruhr, and, above all, gave Britain the right to oppose any French action against Germany in support of her allies to the east of Germany. This meant that if Germany moved east against Czechoslovakia, Poland, and, eventually, Russia, and if France attacked Germany's western frontier in support of Czechoslovakia or Poland, as her alliances bound her to do, Great Britain, Belgium, and Italy might be bound by the Locarno Pacts to come to the aid of Germany. To be sure, the same agreement might bind these three powers to oppose Germany if she drove westward against France, but the Milner Group did not object to this for several reasons. In the first place, if Germany attacked France directly, Britain would have to come to the help of France whether bound by treaty or not. The old balance of power principle made that clear. In the second place, Cecilhurst, the old master of legalistic double talk, drew up the Locarno Pacts with the same kind of loopholes which he had put in the crucial articles of the Covenant. As a result, if Germany did violate the Locarno Pacts against France, Britain could, if she desired, escape the necessity of fulfilling her guarantees by slipping through one of her loopholes. As a matter of fact, when Hitler did violate the Locarno Agreement by remilitarizing the Rhineland in March 1936, the Milner Group and their friends did not even try to evade their obligation by slipping through a loophole, but simply dishonored their agreement. This event of March 1936, by which Hitler remilitarized the Rhineland, was the most crucial event in the whole history of appeasement. So long as the territory west of the Rhine and a strip 50 kilometers wide on the east bank of the river were demilitarized, as provided in the Treaty of Versailles and the Locarno Pacts, Hitler would never have dared to move against Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. He would not have dared because, with Western Germany unfortified and denuded of German soldiers, France could have easily driven into the Ruhr industrial area and crippled Germany so that it would be impossible to go eastward. And by this date, certain members of the Milner Group and of the British Conservative government had reached the fantastic idea that they could kill two birds with one stone by setting Germany and Russia against one another in Eastern Europe. In this way they felt that the two enemies would stalemate one another, or that Germany would become satisfied with the oil of Romania and the wheat of the Ukraine. It never occurred to anyone in a responsible position that Germany and Russia might make common cause, even temporarily, against the West. Even less did it occur to them that Russia might beat Germany and thus open all Central Europe to Bolshevism. This idea of bringing Germany into a coalition with Russia was not to be found, so far as the evidence shows, among any members of the inner circle of the Milner Group. Rather, it was to be found among the personal associates of Neville Chamberlain, including several members of the second circle of the Milner Group. The two policies followed parallel courses until March 1939. After that date the Milner Group's disintegration became very evident, and part of it took the form of the movement of several persons like Hoare and Simon from the second circle of the Milner Group to the inner circle of the new group rotating around Chamberlain. This process was concealed by the fact that this new group was following, in public at least, the policy desired by the Milner Group, their own policy, which was really the continuation of appeasement for another year after March 1939, was necessarily secret, so that the contrast between the Chamberlain Group and the inner circle of the Milner Group in the period after March 1939 was not as obvious as it might have been. In order to carry out this plan of allowing Germany to drive eastward against Russia, it was necessary to do three things. 1. To liquidate all the countries standing between Germany and Russia. 2. To prevent France from honoring her alliances with these countries. And 3. To hoodwink the English people into accepting this as a necessary, indeed, the only solution to the international problem. The Chamberlain Group were so successful in all three of these things that they came within an ace of succeeding, and failed only because of the obstinacy of the Poles, the unseemly haste of Hitler, and the fact that at the 11th hour the Milner Group realized the implications of their policy and tried to reverse it. The program of appeasement can be divided into three stages. the first from 1920 to 1934, the second from 1934 to 1937, and the third from 1937 to 1940. The story of the first period we have almost completed, except for the evacuation of the Rhineland in 1930, 5 years ahead of the date set in the Treaty of Versailles. It would be too complicated a story to narrate here the methods by which France was persuaded to yield on this point. It is enough to point out that France was persuaded to withdraw her troops in 1930 rather than 1935 as a result of what she believed to be concessions made to her in the Young Plan. That the Milner Group approved this evacuation goes without saying. We have already mentioned the Round Table's demand of June 1923 that the Rhineland be evacuated. A similar desire will be found in a letter from John Dove to Brand in October 1927. The second period of appeasement began with Smuts's famous speech of November 13, 1934. Delivered before the RIIA. The whole of this significant speech deserves to be quoted here, but we must content ourselves with a few extracts. With all the emphasis at my command, I would call a halt to this war talk as mischievous and dangerous war propaganda. The expectation of war tomorrow or in the near future is sheer nonsense, and all those who are conversant with affairs know it. The remedy for this fear complex is bringing it into the open and exposing it to the light of day. And this is exactly the method of the League of Nations. It is an open forum for discussion among the nations. It is a round table for the statesmen around which they can ventilate and debate their grievances and viewpoints. There are those who say that this is not enough, that as long as the League remains merely a talking shop or debating society, and is not furnished with teeth and proper sanctions, the sense of insecurity will remain. It is also felt that the inability of the League to guarantee the collective system by means of force, if necessary, is discrediting it and leading to its decay. I cannot visualize the League as a military machine. It was not conceived or built for that purpose. It is not equipped for such functions. And if ever the attempt were made to transform it into a military machine, into a system to carry on war for the purpose of preventing war, I think its fate is sealed. The defection of the United States has largely defeated its main objects, and the joining up of the United States must continue to be the ultimate goal of all true friends of the League and of the cause of peace. The Conference of the Nations, the United States can, and eventually will, join. It can never join an international war office. Remembering the debates on this point in the League of Nations Commission which drafted the Covenant, I say quite definitely that the very idea of a League of Force was negative there, and the League would be quite false to its fundamental idea and to its great mission if it allowed itself to be turned into something quite different. Something just the opposite of its original idea, into a League of Force. To endeavor to cast out the Satan of fear by calling in the Beelzebub of militarism, and militarizing the League itself, would be a senseless and indeed fatal proceeding. The removal of the inferiority complex from Germany is just as essential to future peace as the removal of fear from the mind of France, and both are essential to an effective disarmament policy. How can the inferiority complex, which is obsessing and, I fear, poisoning the mind and indeed the soul of Germany, be removed? There is only one way, and that is to recognize her complete equality of status with her fellows, and to do so frankly, freely, and unreservedly. That is the only medicine for her disease. While one understands and sympathizes with French fears, one cannot but feel for Germany in the position of inferiority in which she still remains 16 years after the conclusion of the war. The continuance of her Versailles status was becoming an offense to the conscience of Europe and a danger to future peace. There is no place in international law for second-rate nations, and least of all should Germany be kept in that position. Fair play, sportsmanship, indeed, every standard of private and public life, calls for frank revision of the position. Indeed, ordinary prudence makes it imperative. Let us break those bonds and set the captive, obsessed, soul free in a decent human way. And Europe will reap a rich reward in tranquility, security, and returning prosperity. I would say that to me the future policy and association of our great British Commonwealth lie more with the United States than with any other group in the world. If ever there comes a parting of the ways, if ever in the crisis of the future we are called upon to make a choice, that, it seems to me, should be the company we should prefer to walk with and march with to the unknown future. Nobody can forecast the outcome of the stormy era of history on which we are probably entering. At the time that Smuts made this significant speech, the Milner Group had already indicated to Hitler officially that Britain was prepared to give Germany arms equality. France had greeted the arrival to power of Hitler by desperate efforts to form an Eastern Locarno against Germany. Sir John Simon, who was Foreign Secretary from September 1931 to June 1935, repudiated these efforts on July 13, 1934 in a speech which was approved by the Times the following day. He warned the French that Britain would not approve any effort to build up one combination against another, would refuse to assume any new obligations herself, would insist that Russia join the League of Nations before she become a party to any multilateral settlement, and insisted on arms equality for Germany. On the same day, Austen Chamberlain laid the groundwork for the German remilitarization of the Rhineland by a speech in which he insisted that the Locarno agreements did not bind Britain to use troops. He clearly indicated how Britain, by her veto power in the Council of the League, could prevent a League request to provide troops to enforce Locarno, and added that such a request would not be binding on Britain, even if voted, since there was no automatic obligation under the government to send our army to any frontier. In a debate in the House of Lords on December 5, 1934, Lord Cecil contradicted Smuts's statement that the idea of a League of Force was negative in 1918 and restated his own views that force should be available to compel the observance of the 3-month moratorium between the settlement of a question by the Council and the outbreak of war. He said, "The thing which we were most anxious to secure against a renewal of a great war was that there should be collective action to prevent a sudden outbreak of war. It was never part of the covenant system that force should be used in order to compel some particular settlement of a dispute. That, we thought, was going beyond what public opinion of the world would support. But we did think we could go so far as to say, you are not to resort to war until every other means for bringing about a settlement has been exhausted." This was merely a restatement of the point of view that Lord Cecil had held since 1918. It did not constitute collective security, as the expression was used by the world in general. Yet this use of the words collective security did mean the enforcement of a 3-month moratorium before issuing the declaration of war. This weaker meaning was being weakened even further by the Milner Group. This was made perfectly clear in a speech by Lord Lothian Philip Carroll immediately after Lord Cecil. On this day the latter parted from the Milner Group program of appeasement, more than 10 years after Smyrna's. This defection is of less significance than the earlier one because Lord Cecil did not see clearly what was being done and he had never been, apparently, a member of the inner circle of the group, although he had attended meetings of the inner circle in the period after 1910. Lord Lothian's speech of December 5, 1934 in the House of Lords is, at first glance, the defense of collective security. But a second look shows clearly that by collective security the speaker meant appeasement. He contrasts collective security with power diplomacy and, having excluded all use of force under the former expression, goes on to interpret it to mean peaceful change without war. In the context of events, this could only mean appeasement of Germany. He said, "In international affairs, unless changes are made in time, war becomes inevitable. If the collective system is to be successful, it must contain two elements. On the one hand, it must be able to bring about by pacific means alterations in the international structure, and, on the other hand, it must be strong enough to restrain powers who seek to take the law into their own hands either by war or by power diplomacy, from being successful in their efforts." This was nothing but the appeasement program of Chamberlain and Halifax, that concessions should be made to Germany to strengthen her on the continent and in Eastern Europe, while Britain should remain strong enough on the sea and in the air to prevent Hitler from using war to obtain these concessions. The fear of Hitler using war was based not so much on a dislike of force. Neither Lothian nor Halifax was a pacifist in that sense, but on the realization that if Hitler made war against Austria, Czechoslovakia, or Poland, public opinion in France and England might force their governments to declare war in spite of their desire to yield these areas to Germany. This, of course, is what finally happened. Hitler was given ample assurance by the Milner Group, both within and without the government, that Britain would not oppose his efforts to achieve arms equality. 4 days before Germany officially denounced the disarmament clauses of the Treaty of Versailles, Leopold Amery made a slashing attack on collective security, comparing the League which exists and the League of Make-Believe, a cloud cuckoo land, dreams of a millennium which we were not likely to reach for many. A long year to come, the League which was to maintain peace by going to war whenever peace was disturbed. That sort of thing, if it could exist, would be a danger to peace. It would be employed to extend war rather than to put an end to it. But dangerous or not, it did not exist, and to pretend that it did exist was sheer stupidity. 4 days later, Hitler announced Germany's rearmament, and 10 days after that, Britain condoned the act by sending Sir John Simon on a state visit to Berlin. When France tried to counterbalance Germany's rearmament by bringing the Soviet Union into her Eastern Alliance system in May 1935, the British counteracted this by making the Anglo-German Naval Agreement of June 18, 1935. This agreement, concluded by Simon, allowed Germany to build up to 35% of the size of the British Navy and up to 100% in submarines. This was a deadly stab in the back to France, for it gave Germany a navy considerably larger than the French in the important categories of ships, capital ships and aircraft carriers in the North Sea, because France was bound by treaty in these categories to only 33% of Britain's, and France, in addition, had a worldwide empire to protect and the unfriendly Italian navy off her Mediterranean coast. This agreement put the French Atlantic coast so completely at the mercy of the German navy that France became completely dependent on the British fleet for protection in this area. Obviously, this protection would not be given unless France in a crisis renounced her Eastern allies. As if this were not enough, Britain in March 1936 accepted the German remilitarization of the Rhineland, and in August 1936 began the farcical non-intervention agreement in Spain, which put another unfriendly government on France's remaining land frontier. Under such pressure, it was clear that France would not honor her alliances with the Czechs, the Poles, or the Russians, if they came to. In these actions of March 1935 and March 1936, Hitler was running no risk, for the government and the Milner Group had assured him beforehand that it would accept his actions. This was done both in public and in private, chiefly in the House of Commons and in the articles of the Times. Within the cabinet, Halifax, Simon, and Hoare resisted the effort to form any alignment against Germany. The authorized biographer of Halifax wrote in reference to Halifax's attitude in 1935 and 1936, "Was England to allow herself to be drawn into war because France had alliances in Eastern Europe? Was she to give Mussolini the free pass to Addis Ababa merely to prevent Hitler marching to Vienna?" Questions similar to these were undoubtedly posed by Halifax in cabinet. His own friends, in particular Lothian and Geoffrey Dawson of the Times, had for some time been promoting Anglo-German fellowship with rather more fervour than the Foreign Office. In January 1935, Lothian had a long conversation with Hitler, and Hitler was reputed to have proposed an alliance between England, Germany, and the United States, which would in effect give Germany a free hand on the continent, in return for which he had promised not to make Germany a world power or to attempt to compete with the British Navy. The Times consistently opposed the Eastern Locarno and backed Hitler's non-aggression alternative. 2 days before the Berlin talks, for instance, it advocated that they should include territorial changes, and in particular the question of Memel, while on the day they began March 1935 its leading article suggested that if Herr Hitler can persuade his British visitors, and through them the rest of the world, that his enlarged army is really designed to give them equality of status and equality of negotiation with other countries, and is not to be trained for aggressive purposes, then Europe may be on the threshold of an era in which changes can be made without the use of force, and a potential aggressor may be deterred by the certain prospect of having to face overwhelming opposition. How far the Times and Lothian were arguing and negotiating on the government's behalf is still not clear, but that Halifax was intimately acquainted with the trend of this argument is probable. It goes without saying that the whole inner core of the group, and their chief publications, such as the Times and the Round Table, approved the policy of appeasement completely and prodded it along with calculated indiscretions when it was felt necessary to do so. After the remilitarization of the Rhineland, the Times cynically called this act a chance to rebuild. As late as February 24, 1938, in the House of Lords, Lothian defended the same event. He said, "We hear a great deal of the violation by Herr Hitler of the treaty because he returned his own troops to his own frontier. You hear much less today of the violation by which the French army, with the acquiescence of this country, crossed the frontier in order to annihilate German industry and in effect produced the present Nazi Party." In the House of Commons in October 1935, and again on May 6, 1936, Amory systematically attacked the use of force to sustain the League of Nations. On the earlier occasion he said, "From the very outset there have been two schools of thought about the League and about our obligations under the League. There has been the school, to which I belong and to which for years, I believe, the government of this country belonged, that regards the League as a great institution, an organization for promoting cooperation and harmony among the nations, for bringing about understanding, a permanent round table of the nations in conference, provided always that it did not have at the background the threat of coercion." There is another school which thinks that the actual Articles of the Covenant, concocted in the throes of the peace settlement and in that atmosphere of optimism which led us to expect £10 million or more in reparations from Germany, constitute a sacrosanct dispensation, that they have introduced a new world order, and would, if they were only loyally adhered to, abolish war for good and all. The covenant, I admit, as originally drafted, embodied both aspects, and it was because the covenant contained the clauses that stood for coercion and for definite automatic obligations that the United States repudiated it. From that moment the keystone was taken out of the whole arch of any league of coercion. The League is now undergoing the trial which may well prove disastrous to it. In this matter, as in other matters, it is the letter that killeth. The letter of the covenant is the one thing which is likely to kill the League of Nations. Amory then continued with a brief résumé of the efforts to make the League an instrument of coercion, especially the Geneva Protocol. In regard to this, he continued, the case I wish to put to the House is that the stand taken by His Majesty's government then and the arguments they used were not arguments merely against the Protocol, but arguments against the whole conception of the League based on economic and military sanctions. He quoted Boston Chamberlain in 1925 and General Smuts in 1934 with approval, and concluded, I think that we should have got together with France and Italy and devised some scheme by which under a condominium or mandate certain if not all of the non-Amharic provinces of Abyssinia should be transferred to Italian rule. The whole thing could have been done by agreement, and I have no doubt that such agreement would have been ratified at Geneva. This last statement was more than 7 weeks before the Horloval plan was made public, and 6 weeks after its outlines were laid down by Hoare, Eden, and Laval at a secret meeting in Paris September 10, 1935. In his speech of May 6, 1936, Amory referred back to his October speech and demanded that the covenant of the League be reformed to prevent sanctions in the future. Once again he quoted Smuts's speech of November 1934 with approval, and demanded the League which is based not upon coercion but upon conciliation. Between Amory's two speeches, on February 5, 1936, Sir Arthur Salter, of the group and All Souls, offered his arguments to support appeasement. He quoted Smuts's speech of 1934 with approval and pointed out the great need for living space and raw materials for Japan, Italy, and Germany. The only solution, he felt, was for Britain to yield to these needs. I do not think it matters, he said, if you reintroduce conscription and quadruple or quintuple your air force. That will not protect you. I believe that the struggle is destined to come unless we are prepared to agree to a fairer distribution of the world's land surface and of the raw materials which are needed by modern civilized nations. But there is a way out. There is no necessity for a clash. I am sure that time presses and that we cannot postpone a settlement indefinitely. I suggest that the way out is the application of those principles of Christianity, the deliberate and conscious application of those principles to international affairs by this nation and by the world under the leadership of this nation. Treat other nations as you would desire to be treated by them. The liquidation of the countries between Germany and Russia could proceed as soon as the Rhineland was fortified, without fear on Germany's part that France would be able to attack her in the west while she was occupied in the east. The chief task of the Miltner Group was to see that this devouring process was done no faster than public opinion in Britain could accept, and that the process did not result in any outburst of violence, which the British people would be unlikely to accept. To this double purpose, the British government and the Miltner Group made every effort to restrain the use of force by the Germans and to soften up the prospective victims so that they would not resist the process and thus precipitate a war. The countries marked for liquidation included Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, but did not include Greece and Turkey, since the group had no intention of allowing Germany to get down onto the Mediterranean lifeline. Indeed, the purpose of the Horn-Lothal Plan of 1935, which wrecked the collective security system by seeking to give most of Ethiopia to Italy, was intended to bring and appease Italy into position alongside England, in order to block any movement of Germany southward rather than eastward. The plan failed because Mussolini decided that he could get more out of England by threats from the side of Germany than from cooperation at the side of England. As a result of this fiasco, the Miltner Group lost another important member, Arnold J. Toynbee, who separated himself from the policy of appeasement in a fighting and courageous preface to the Survey of International Affairs for 1935 published in 1936. As a result of the public outcry in England, Hoare, the Foreign Secretary, was removed from office and briefly shelved in December 1935. He returned to the cabinet the following May. Anthony Eden, who replaced him, was not a member of the Miltner Group and considerably more to the public taste because of his reputation largely undeserved as an upholder of collective security. The Miltner Group was in no wise hampered in its policy of appeasement by the presence of Eden in the Foreign Office, and the government as a whole was considerably strengthened. Whenever the group wanted to do something which Eden's delicate stomach could not swallow, the Foreign Secretary went off for a holiday, and Lord Halifax took over his tasks. Halifax did this, for example, during the first 2 weeks of August 1936, when the non-intervention policy was established in Spain. He did it again in February 1937, when the capable British ambassador in Berlin, Sir Eric Phipps, was removed at Ribbentrop's demand and replaced by Sir Neville Henderson. He did it again at the end of October 1937, when arrangements were made for his visit to Hitler at Berchtesgaden in November, and, finally, Halifax replaced Eden as Foreign Secretary permanently in February 1938. When Eden refused to accept the recognition of the Italian conquest of Ethiopia in return for an Italian promise to withdraw their forces from Spain. In this last case, Halifax was already negotiating with Count Grandi in the Foreign Office before Eden's resignation statement was made. Eden and Halifax were second cousins, both being great-grandsons of Lord Grey of the Reform Bill of 1832, and Halifax's daughter in 1936 married the half-brother of Mrs. Anthony Eden. Halifax and Eden were combined in the Foreign Office in order that the former could counterbalance the youthful impetuosities of the latter, since these might jeopardize appeasement but were regarded as necessary stage settings to satisfy the collective security yearnings of public opinion in England. These yearnings were made evident in the famous peace ballot of the League of Nations Union, a manoeuvre put through by Lord Cecil as a counter-move to the group's slow undermining of collective security. This counter-move, which W as regarded with extreme distaste by Lothian and others of the inner circle, resulted, among other things, in an excessively polite crossing of swords by Cecil and Lothian in the House of Lords on March 16, 1938. During the period in which Halifax acted as a brake on Eden, he held the sinecure cabinet posts of Lord Privy Seal and Lord President of the Council 1935 to 1938. He had been added to the cabinet after his return from India in 1931 as President of the Board of Education, but devoted most of his time from 1931 to 1935 in helping Simon and Hoare put through the Government of India Act of 1935. In October 1933, the same group of Conservative members of Convocation who had made Lord Milner Chancellor of Oxford University in 1925 selected Lord Irwin Halifax for the same position, in succession to the late Lord Grey of Falladon. He spent almost the whole month of June 1934 in the active functions of this position, especially in drawing up the list of recipients of honorary degrees. This list is very significant. Among 16 recipients of the Doctorate of Civil Law, we find the following 5 names: Samuel Hoare, Maurice Hankey, W.G.S. Adams, John Buchan, and Geoffrey Dawson. We have indicated that Halifax's influence on foreign policy was increasingly important in the years 1934 to 1937. It was he who defended Hoare in the House of Lords in December 1935, saying, "I have never been one of those who have thought that it was any part in this dispute of the League to try to stop the war in Africa by starting the war in Europe." It was Halifax who went with Eden to Paris in March 1936 to the discussions of the Locarno powers regarding the remilitarization of the Rhineland. That his task at this meeting was to act as a brake on Eden's relatively large respect for the sanctity of international obligations is admitted by Lord Halifax's authorized biographer. It was Halifax, as we have seen, who inaugurated the non-intervention policy in Spain in August 193 at 5. And it was Halifax who opened the third and last stage of appeasement in November 1937 by his visit to Hitler in Berchtesgaden. It is probable that the groundwork for Halifax's visit to Hitler had been laid by the earlier visits of Lords Lothian and Londonderry to the same host, but our knowledge of these earlier events is too scanty to be certain. Of Halifax's visit, the story is now clear As a result of the publication of the German Foreign Office memorandum on the subject and Keith Feeling's publication of some of the letters from Neville Chamberlain to his sister, the visit was arranged by Halifax himself, early in November 1937, at a time when he was acting Foreign Secretary, Eden being absent in Brussels at a meeting of signers of the Nine-Power Pacific Treaty of 1922. As a result, Halifax had a long conversation with Hitler on November 19, 1937, in which, whatever may have been Halifax's intention, Hitler's government became convinced of three things: A. That Britain regarded Germany as the chief bulwark against communism in Europe. B. That Britain was prepared to join a four-power agreement of France, Germany, Italy, and herself, and C. That Britain was prepared to allow Germany to liquidate Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland if this could be done without provoking a war into which the British government, however unwillingly, would be dragged in opposition to Germany. The German Foreign Ministry memorandum on this conversation makes it perfectly clear that the Germans did not misunderstand Halifax except, possibly, on the last point. There they failed to see that if Germany made war, the British government would be forced into the war against Germany by public opinion in England. The German diplomatic agents in London, especially the ambassador, Dirksen, saw this clearly, but the government in Berlin listened only to the blind and conceited ignorance of Ribbentrop. As dictators themselves, unfamiliar with the British social or constitutional systems, the German rulers assumed that the willingness of the British government to accept the liquidation of Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland implied that the British government would never go to war to prevent this liquidation. They did not see that the British government might have to declare war to stay in office if public opinion in Britain were sufficiently aroused. The British government saw this difficulty and as a last resort were prepared to declare war but not to wage war on Germany. This distinction was not clear to the Germans and was not accepted by the inner core of the Milner Group. It was, however, accepted by the other elements in the government, like Chamberlain himself, and by much of the second circle of the Milner Group, including Simon Hort, and probably Halifax. It was this which resulted in the phony war from September 1939 to April 1940. The memorandum on Halifax's interview, quoting the Englishman in the third person, says in part: "In spite of these difficulties, British public opinion, the English Church, and the Labour Party, he and other members of the British government were fully aware that the Führer had not only achieved a great deal inside Germany herself, but that, by destroying communism in his country, he had barred its road to Western Europe, and that Germany therefore could rightly be regarded as a bulwark of the West against Bolshevism." After the ground had been prepared by an Anglo-German understanding, the four great West European powers must jointly lay the foundation for lasting peace in Europe. Under no conditions should any of the four powers remain outside this cooperation. or else there would be no end to the present unstable situation. Britons were realists and were perhaps more than others convinced that the errors of the Versailles Dictate must be rectified. Britain always exercised her influence in this realistic sense in the past. He pointed to Britain's role with regard to the evacuation of the Rhineland ahead of the fixed time, the settlement of the reparations problem, and the reoccupation of the Rhineland. He therefore wanted to know the Fuhrer's attitude toward the League of Nations, as well as toward disarmament. All other questions could be characterized as relating to changes in the European order, changes that sooner or later would probably take place. To these questions belonged Danzig, Austria, and Czechoslovakia. England was only interested that any alterations should be effected by peaceful evolution, so as to avoid methods which might cause far-reaching disturbances, which were not desired either by the Führer or by other countries. Only one country, Soviet Russia, stood to gain from a general conflict. All others were at heart in favor of the consolidation of peace. That this attitude was not Halifax's personal argument but the point of view of the government and of the Milner crew is perfectly clear. On arrival, Halifax assured the Germans that the purposes of his visit had been discussed and accepted by the Foreign Secretary Eden and the Prime Minister. On November 26, 1937, 1 week after Halifax's conversation with Hitler, Chamberlain wrote to his sister that he hoped to satisfy German colonial demands by giving them the Belgian Congo and Angola in place of Tanganyika. He then added, "I don't see why we shouldn't say to Germany, give us satisfactory assurances that you won't use force to deal with the Austrians and Czechoslovakians, and we will give you similar assurances that we won't use force to prevent the changes you want if you can't get them by peaceful means." 11. It might be noted that when John W. Wheeler Bennett, of Chatham House and the Milner Group, wrote his book on Munich, Prologue to Tragedy, published in 1948, he relegated the last quotation to a footnote and suppressed the references to the Belgian Congo and Angola. This, however, was an essential part of the appeasement program of the Chamberlain Group. On March 3, 1938, the British ambassador in Berlin, Neville Henderson, one of the Chamberlain Group, tried to persuade Hitler to begin negotiations to carry out this plan but did not succeed. He repeated Lord Halifax's statement that changes in Europe were acceptable to Britain if accomplished without the free play of forces, and stated that he personally had often expressed himself in favor of the Anschluss. In the colonial field, he tried to interest Hitler in an area in Africa between the Fifth Parallel and the Zambezi River, but the Führer insisted that his interest was restricted to restoration of Germany's 1914 colonies in Africa. At the famous interview between Hitler and Schuschnigg in February 1938, Hitler told the Austrian that Lord Halifax agreed with everything Hitler did with respect to Austria and the Sudeten Germans. This was reported in a rush and strictly confidential message of February 16, 1938 from the American Consul General in Vienna to Secretary of State Hull. The document released to the American press on December 18, 1948. Chamberlain and others made it perfectly clear, both in public and in private, that Britain would not act to prevent German occupation of Austria or Czechoslovakia. On February 21, 1938, during the Austrian crisis, John Simon said in the House of Commons, "Great Britain has never given special guarantees regarding Austrian independence." 6 days later, Chamberlain said, "We must not try to delude small nations into thinking that they will be protected by the League Against Aggression and acting accordingly when we know that nothing of the kind can be expected." 5 days after the seizure of Austria on March 12, 1938, the Soviet Union sent Britain a proposal for an international conference to stop aggression. The suggestion was rejected at once, and, on March 28, 1938, Chamberlain wrote to his sister, "I have therefore abandoned any idea of giving guarantees to Czechoslovakia or to the French in connection with her obligation to that country." When Daladier, the French premier, came to London at the end of April 1938 to seek support for Czechoslovakia, Chamberlain refused and apparently, if we can believe feeling, put pressure on the French to compel the Czechoslovaks to make an agreement with Hitler. On May 1, Chamberlain wrote to his sister in this connection, "Fortunately the papers have had no hint of how near we came to a break over Czechoslovakia." In a long report of July 10, 1938, Ambassador Dirksen wrote to Ribbentrop as follows, "In England the Chamberlain-Halifax cabinet is at the helm and the first and most essential plank of its platform was and is agreement with the totalitarian states. This government displays with regard to Germany the maximum understanding that could be displayed by any of the likely combinations of British politicians. It possesses the inner political strength to carry out this task. It has come nearer to understanding the most essential points of the major demands advanced by Germany, with respect to excluding the Soviet Union from the decision of the destinies of Europe, the League of Nations likewise, and the advisability of bilateral negotiations and treaties. It is displaying increasing understanding of Germany's demands in the Sudeten-German question. It would be prepared to make great sacrifices to meet Germany's other just demands, on the one condition that it is endeavored to achieve these ends by peaceful means. If Germany should resort to military means to achieve these ends, England would without the slightest doubt go to war on the side of France." This point of view was quite acceptable to the Milner Group. In the leading article for December 1937, the Round Table examined the German question at some length. In regard to the colonial problem, it contrasted 2 points of view, giving greater emphasis to those who now feel that it was a mistake to have deprived Germany of all her colonies in 1918, and that Great Britain should contribute her share towards finding a colonial area, say, in Central West Africa, which could be transferred to Germany under mandate. But they, too, make it a condition that colonial revision should be part of a final all-round settlement with Germany, and that the colonies should not be used as leverage for fresh demands or as strategic bases. Later it said, the majority would regard the abandonment of France's Eastern alliances as a price well worth paying for lasting peace and the return of Germany to the League. It welcomed German rearmament, since this would force revision of the evil Treaty of Versailles. In this connection, the same article said, the pressure of rearmament and the events of the last few years have at least had this effect, that the refusal of those who have benefited most by the peace settlement to consider any kind of change is rapidly disappearing, for forcible changes, which they have been unable to prevent, have already taken place, and further changes will certainly follow, especially in Eastern Europe, unless they are prepared to fight a very formidable war to prevent them. The article rejected such a war on the grounds that its outcome is uncertain and it would entail objectionable domestic disasters. In adding up the balance of military forces in such a war, the article significantly omitted all mention of Czechoslovakia, whose forces at that time were considerably stronger than Germany's. It placed the French army at 2/3 the size of Germany's, which was untrue, and Britain at no more than 2 or 3 divisions. The point of view of the Round Table was not identical with that of the Chamberlain Group, which intersected, through common members, with the second circle of the Milner Group. The Round Table, speaking for the inner circle of the Milner Group, was not nearly so anti-Russian as the Chamberlain Group. Accordingly, it never regarded a collision between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union as a practical solution of Europe's problems. It did accept the idea of a four-power pact to exclude Russia from Europe, but it was not willing to allow Germany to expand eastward as she wished. The Milner Group's misunderstanding of the Nazi system and of Germany itself was so great that they envisioned a stable situation in which Europe was dominated by a four-power pact, with Soviet Russia on one side and an oceanic bloc of the British Commonwealth and the United States on the other. The group insisted on rapid British rearmament and the building up of the oceanic system because they had a lower opinion of Britain's own powers than did the Chamberlain Group. This idea was derived from Milner, and they were not prepared to allow Germany to go eastward indefinitely in the hope she would be satisfied by a war with Russia. As we shall see, the policies of the Milner Group and the Chamberlain Group went jointly forward, with slight shifts of emphasis, until March 1939, when the group began to disintegrate. In the same article of December 1937, the Round Table said that the democracies must make clear the point at which they are prepared to risk war rather than retreat. During the last year or two, the Round Table has criticized the popular dogma of collective security on two main grounds: that it meant fighting to maintain an out-of-date settlement, and that security depended, not merely on public opinion but on ability to bring effective military superiority to bear. That the critical point, on the other hand, The Round Table is resolutely in favor of adequate defensive armaments and of a vigorous and if necessary defiant foreign policy at those points where we are sure that we can bring superior power effectively to bear. And for this purpose we consider that the nations of the Commonwealth should not only act together themselves, but should also work in the closest cooperation with all the democracies, especially the United States. In February 1938, Lord Lothian, leader of the group, spoke in the House of Lords in support of appeasement. This extraordinary speech was delivered in defense of the retiring of Sir Robert Vansittart. Sir Robert, as Permanent Under-Secretary in the Foreign Office from 1930 to 1938, was a constant thorn in the side of the appeasers. The opening of the third stage of appeasement at the end of 1937 made it necessary to get rid of him and his objections to their policy. Accordingly, he was promoted to the newly created post of Chief Diplomatic Advisor, and the Under-Secretaryship was given to Sir Alexander Cadogan of the Cecil Block. This action led to a debate in February 1938. Lord Lothian intervened to insist that Sir Robert's new role would not be parallel to that of the new Under-Secretary but was restricted to advising only on matters specifically referred to him by the Secretary of State, and he is no longer responsible for the day-to-day work of the office. From this point, Lothian launched into a long attack on the League of Nations, followed by a defense of Germany. In regard to the former, he expressed satisfaction at the most dangerous aspect of the League of Nations, namely, the interpretation which has habitually been put upon it by the League of Nations Union in this country, is pretty well dead. It seems to me that that interpretation is inevitably going to turn the League of Nations itself not into an instrument for maintaining peace but into an instrument for making war. That was not the original concept of the League at all. The original concept of the League definitely left the way open for alteration after 6 months' examination, even if it meant war. I think the League of Nations now, at last, is going to have a chance of recovery, for the reason that this particular interpretation, which has been its besetting sin, the one thing which has led to its failure from the beginning, is now dead. Therefore I am more hopeful of the League today than I have been for a good long time, because it has ceased to be an instrument to try to perpetuate the status quo. When Lothian turned to the problem of Germany, his arguments became even more ridiculous. The fundamental problem of the world today is still the problem of Germany. Why is Germany the issue? In my view, the fundamental reason is that at no time in the years after 1919 has the rest of the world been willing to concede any substantial justice or reasonable understanding to Germany, either when she was a republic or since she has become a totalitarian state. There followed a long attack on the war guilt thesis as applied to 1914, or even to 1870. This thesis Lothian called propaganda, and from this false propaganda he traced all the cruel treatment given Germany since 1919. He disapproved of the Nazi government's methods inside Germany, but added, I do not think there is any doubt that modern Germany is the result of the policy of the United States, whom I cannot absolve from responsibility, of ourselves, and of France, and in this matter the responsibility of the United States and ourselves is more than that of France for defaulting on the obligation to give France some security so that she could allow Germany to recover. It seems impossible that this could be the same man who was calling for the extirpation of Prussianism in 1908 to 1918 and who was to call for the same crusade as ambassador in Washington in 1940. In this same speech Lothian laid down what might be called the Milner Group solution to this German problem, 1938 model. There is only one solution to this problem. You have got to combine collective justice with collective security. You have got to give remedies to those nations which are entitled to them. You have got to be willing to concede to them. And one of them is Germany. Alterations in the status quo, and you have also got to incur obligations with other like-minded nations to resist changes which go beyond what impartial justice regards as fair. When we are willing to admit that we are ourselves largely responsible for the tragedy that confronts us, for the fact that Germany is the center of the world problem, and are willing to concede to Germany what a fair-minded and impartial authority would say was a fair solution of her problem, and if, in addition to that, we are willing to say, we will meet aggression to secure more than this with the only means in which it can be met, then I consider there is hope for the world. The fallacy in all of this rests on the fact that every concession to Germany made her stronger, with no guarantee that she ever would stop. And if, after years of concessions, she refused to stop, she might be too strong to be compelled to do so. The Milner Group thesis was based not only on ignorance but also on logical deficiencies. The program of the Chamberlain Group was at least more consistent, since it involved no effort to stop Germany at any point but aimed to solve the German problem by driving it into Russia. Such an immoral solution could not be acceptable to the Milner Group, so they should have had sense enough to stop Germany while she was weak. Shortly after this speech, on February 24, 1938, Lothian intervened in the debate on Eden's resignation to reject Eden's point of view and defend Chamberlain's. He rejected the idea that Britain should commit herself to support Czechoslovakia against Germany and criticized the President of Czechoslovakia for his failure to make concessions to Republican Germany. He then repeated his speech of the week before, the chief addition being a defense of the German remilitarization of the Rhineland in March 1936. For days after the seizure of Austria, Lothian again advised against any new pledges to anyone and demanded rearmament and national service. In regard to rearmament he said, unpreparedness and the belief that you are unwilling to accept that challenge or that you do not mean what you say, does contribute to war. That will remain to be a condition of the world until the nations are willing in some way to pool their sovereignty in a common federation. All of these ideas of Lothian's were explicitly restated by him in a speech at Chatham House on March 24, 1938. He refuted the war guilt thesis, condemned the Versailles settlement as a very stiff peace treaty, insisted on revision, blamed all the disasters of Europe on America's withdrawal from the League in 1920, called the Hitler government the temporary unnatural pathological state solely caused by the stiff treaty and the failure to revise it, defended the remilitarization of the Rhineland and the seizure of Austria, condemned Czechoslovakia as almost the only racially heterogeneous state left in Europe, praised non-intervention in Spain, praised Chamberlain's statement of the same day refusing to promise support to Czechoslovakia, and demanded national service as insurance that Hitler would not continue to use force after he obtained what he deserved in justice. These arguments of Lothian's were all supported by the group in other ways. The Round Table in its leading articles of March 1938, September 1938, and March 1939 demanded national service. In the leading article of June 1938 it repeated all Lothian's arguments in somewhat different words. These arguments could be summed up in the slogan appeasement and rearmament. Then it added, until the nations can be brought to the two principles of collective security already described, the best security for peace is that the world should be divided into zones within each of which one of the great armed powers, or a group of them, is clearly preponderant, and in which therefore other powers do not seek to interfere. Then there may be peace for a time. The peace of the 19th century rested on the fact that the supremacy of the British kept the whole oceanic area free from general war. The vital question now arises whether in that same zone, to which France and Scandinavia must be added, it is not possible, despite the immense armaments of Central Europe, Russia, and the Far East, for the democracies to create security, stability, and peace in which liberal institutions can survive. The oceanic zone in fact constitutes the one part of the world in which it is possible today to realize the ideals of the League of Nations. From this point onward, early 1938, the Milner Group increasingly emphasized the necessity for building up this oceanic bloc. In England the basic propaganda work was done through the Round Table and Lionel Curtis, while in the United States it was done through the Rhodes Scholarship Organization, especially through Clarence Stride and Frank Adelot. In England, Curtis wrote a series of books and articles advocating a new federal organization built around the English-speaking countries. The chief work of this nature was his Civet of the which appeared in 3 volumes in 1934 to 1937. The one-volume edition was issued in 1938, with the title The Commonwealth of God. The first 2 volumes of this work are nothing more than a rehash and expansion of the older work The Commonwealth of Nations 1916. By a superficial and frequently erroneous rewriting of world history, the authors sought to review the evolution of the Commonwealth idea and to show that all of history leads to its fulfillment and achievement in federation. Ultimately, this federation will be worldwide, but en route it must pass through stages, of which the chief is Federation of the English-speaking Peoples. Writing early in 1937, he advocated that the League of Nations be destroyed by the mass resignation of the British democracies. These should then take the initiative in forming a new league, also at Geneva, which would have no power to enforce anything but would merely form the kind of international conference. Since it would be foolish to expect any federation to evolve from any such organization as this, a parallel, but quite separate, effort should be made to create an international commonwealth, based on the example of the United States in 1788. This international commonwealth would differ from the League of Nations in that its members would yield up part of their sovereignty, and the central organization would function directly on individuals and not merely on states. This international commonwealth would be formed, at first, only of those states that have evolved furthest in the direction of obtaining a commonwealth form of government for themselves. It will be recalled that this restriction on membership was what Curtis had originally advocated for the League of Nations in the Round Table of December 1918. According to Curtis, the movement toward the Commonwealth of God can begin by the union of any two national commonwealths, no matter how small. He suggested New Zealand and Australia, for these two and Great Britain. Then the international commonwealth could be expanded to include India, Egypt, Holland, Belgium, Scandinavia, France, Canada, the United States, and Ireland. That the chief obstacle to this union was to be found in men's minds was perfectly clear to Curtis. To overcome this obstacle, he put his faith in propaganda, and the chief instruments of that propaganda, he said, must be the churches and the universities. He said nothing about the Milner Group, but, considering Curtis's position in this group and that Logan and others agreed with him, it is not surprising that the chief source of this propaganda is to be found in those agencies controlled by the group. 12 In the United States, the chief source of this propaganda was the organization known as Union Now, which was an offshoot of the Rhodes Scholarship Network. The publicized originator of the idea was Clarence Strite, Rhodes Scholar at Oxford in 1920 and League of Nations correspondent of the New York Times in 1929 to 1938. Mr. Strite's plan, which was very similar to Curtis's, except that it included 15 countries to begin with, was first made public at a series of 3 lectures at Swarthmore College in February 1939. Almost simultaneously his book, Union Now, was launched and received wide publicity. Before we look at that, we might mention that at the time the president of Swarthmore College was Frank Delott, the most important member of the Milner Group in the United States since the death of George Louis Beer. Dr. Delott was one of the original Rhodes Scholars, attending Brasenose in 1905 to 1907. He was president of Swarthmore from 1921 to 1940, has been American Secretary to the Rhodes Trustees since 1918, has been President of the Association of American Rhodes Scholars since 1930, has been a trustee of the Carnegie Foundation since 1922, and was a member of the Council on Foreign Relations for many years. In 1937, along with 3 other members of the Milner Group, he received from Oxford and Lord Halifax the honorary degree of Doctor of Civil Law. The other 3 recipients who were members of the group were Brand, Ormsby Gort, and Sir Herbert Baker, the famous architect. As soon as Strype's book was published, it was hailed by Lord Lothian in an interview with the press. Shortly afterwards, Lothian gave it a favourable review in the Christian Science Monitor of May 6, 1939. The book was distributed to educational institutions in various places by the Carnegie Foundation and was greeted in the June 1939 issue of the Round Table as the only way. This article said, "There is, indeed, no other cure in the Commonwealth of God." Mr. Lionel Curtis showed how history and religion pointed down the same path. It is one of the great merits of Mr. Strype's book that he translates the general theme into a concrete plan, which he presents, not for the indefinite hereafter, but for our own generation, now. In the September 1939 issue, in an article headed Union, Oceanic or Continental, the Round Table contrasted Strype's plan with that for European Union offered by Count Kugn-Hutke and gave the arguments for both. While all this was going on, the remorseless wheels of appeasement were grinding out of existence one country after another. The fatal loss was Czechoslovakia. This disaster was engineered by Chamberlain with the full cooperation of the Milner Group. The details do not concern us here, but it should be mentioned that the dispute arose over the position of the Sudeten Germans within the Czechoslovak state, and as late as September 15, 1938 was still being expressed in those terms. Up to that day, Hitler had made no demand to annex the Sudeten area, although on September 12 he had for the first time asked for self-determination for the Sudetens. Konrad Hemlin, Hitler's agent in Czechoslovakia and leader of the Sudeten Germans, expressed no desire to go back to the Reich until after September 12, who then first demanded frontier rectification in favor of Germany. Chamberlain did so privately on May 10, 1938, and the Milner Group did so publicly on September 7, 1938. The Chamberlain suggestion was made by one of those calculated indiscretions of which he was so fond, at an off-the-record meeting with certain Canadian and American newspaper reporters at a luncheon arranged by Lady Astor and held at her London house. On this occasion Chamberlain spoke of his plans for a four-power pact to exclude Russia from Europe and the possibility of frontier revisions in favor of Germany to settle the Sudeten issue. When the news leaked out, as it was bound to do, Chamberlain was questioned in Commons by Geoffrey Manter on June 20 but refused to answer, calling his questioner a troublemaker. This answer was criticized by Sir Archibald Sinclair the following day, but he received no better treatment. Lady Astor, however, interjected, "I would like to say that there is not a word of truth in it." By June 27, however, she had a change of heart and stated, "I never had any intention of denying that the Prime Minister had attended a luncheon at my house. The Prime Minister did so attend, the object being to enable some American journalists who had not previously met him to do so privately and informally, and thus to make his acquaintance." The second suggestion for revision of Frontiers also had an Astor flavor, since it appeared as a leading article in the Times on September 7, 1938. The outraged cries of protest from all sides which greeted this suggestion made it clear that further softening up of the British public was urgently necessary before it would be safe to hand over Czechoslovakia to Hitler. This was done in the war scare of September 15 to 28 in London. That this war scare was fraudulent and that Lord Halifax was deeply involved in its creation is now clear. All the evidence cannot be given here. There is no evidence whatever that the Chamberlain government intended to fight over Czechoslovakia unless this was the only alternative to falling from office. Even at the height of the crisis, when all ways out without war seemed closed September 27, Chamberlain showed what he thought of the case by telling the British people over the BBC that the issue was a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. To frighten the British people, the British government circulated stories about the strength of the German army and air force which were greatly exaggerated. They implied that Germany would use poison gas at once and from the air. Although this was quite untrue, they distributed gas masks and madly built trenches in London parks, although the former were needless and the latter worthless. On September 23, the British advised the Czechoslovakian government to mobilize, although they had previously forbidden it. This was done to increase the crisis in London, and the fact that Goring's spare force allowed it to go through without attack indicates his belief that Germany did not need to fight. In fact, Goring told the French ambassador on September 12 that he had positive assurance that Britain would not fight. As early as September 1, 1938, Sir Horace Wilson, Chamberlain's alter ego, told the German charge d'affaires in London, "Theodore Court, if we two, Great Britain and Germany, come to agreement regarding the settlement of the Czech problem, we shall simply brush aside the resistance that France or Czechoslovakia herself may offer to the decision." The fraudulent nature of the Munich crisis appears throughout its history. We might mention the following. 1. The suspicious fashion in which the Runciman mission was sent to Czechoslovakia. Immediately after Hitler's aide, Captain Wiegemann, visited Halifax at the latter's home, not the Foreign Office, on July 18, 1938, and with the statement, which was untrue, that it was being sent at the desire of the Czechoslovaks 1913 to the fact that Runciman in Czechoslovakia spent most of his time with the Sudetenland and put pressure on the government to make one concession after another to Henlin, when it was perfectly clear that Henlin did not want a settlement. 3. The fact that Runciman wrote to Hitler on September 2 that he would have a plan for a settlement by September 15, for the fact that this Runciman plan was practically the same as the Munich settlement finally adopted. 5. The fact that Chamberlain made the war scared over the Godesberg proposals and, after making a settlement at Munich, made no effort to enforce those provisions by which Munich differed from Godesberg, but on the contrary allowed the Germans to take what they wished in Czechoslovakia as they wished. 6. The fact that the government did all it could to exclude Russia from the settlement, although Russia was allied to both Czechoslovakia and France. 7. The fact that the government and the French government tried to spread the belief that Russia would not honor these commitments, although all the evidence indicated that she would. 8. The fact that Chamberlain had a tete-a-tete conference with Hitler at Berchtesgaden on September 15, which lasted for 3 hours, and at which only Hitler's private interpreter was present as a third party, and that this was repeated at Godesberg on September 23. 9. The fact that the Czechoslovaks were forced to yield to Chamberlain's settlement under pressure of ultimatums from both France and Britain, a fact that was concealed from the British people by omitting the crucial document from the White Paper of September 28, 1938 CMD 5847. 2 additional points, concerned with the degree of German armaments and the position of the anti-Hitler resistance within Germany, require further elucidation. For years before June 1938, the government had insisted that British rearming was progressing in a satisfactory fashion. Churchill and others had questioned this and had produced figures on German rearmament to prove that Britain's own progress in this field was inadequate. These figures were denied by the government, and their own accomplishments were defended. In 1937 and in 1938, Churchill had clashed with Baldwin and Chamberlain on this issue. As late as March 1938, Chamberlain said that British armaments were such as to make her an almost terrifying power on the opinion of the world. But as the year went on, the government adopted a quite different attitude. In order to persuade public opinion that it was necessary to yield to Germany, the government pretended that its armaments were quite inadequate in comparison with Germany. We now know, thanks to the captured papers of the German Ministry of War, that this was a gross exaggeration. These papers were studied by Major General C.F. Robinson of the United States Army, and analyzed in a report which he submitted to the Secretary of War in October 1947. This document, entitled Foreign Logistical Organizations and Methods, shows that all of the accepted estimates of German rearmament in the period 1933 to 1939 were gross exaggerations. From 1936 to the outbreak of war, German aircraft production was not raised, but averaged 425 planes a month. her tank production was low and even in 1939 was less than Britain's. In the first 9 months of 1939, Germany produced only 50 tanks a month. In the last 4 months of 1939, in wartime, Germany produced 247 tanks and self-propelled guns, compared to a British production of 314 tanks in the same period. At the time of the Munich crisis, Germany had 35 infantry and 4 motorized divisions, none of them fully manned or equipped. This was no more than Czechoslovakia had alone. Moreover, the Czech army was better trained, had far better equipment, and had better morale and better fortifications. As an example of this point, we might mention that the Czech tank was of 38 tons, while the Germans, before 1938, had no tank over 10 tons. During 1938 they brought into production the Mark II tank of less than 20 tons, and in 1939 brought into production the Mark IV of 23 tons. Up to September 1939, the German army had obtained only 300 tanks of the Mark II and Mark IV types together. Most of these were delivered during 1939. In comparison, the Germans captured in Czechoslovakia, in March 1939, 469 of the superior Czech tanks. At the same time they captured 1,500 planes, of which 500 were first-line 43,000 machine guns, and over 1 million rifles. These figures are comparable with what Germany had at Munich, and at that time, if the British government had desired, Germany would have been facing France, Britain, and Russia, as well as Czechoslovakia. It should perhaps be mentioned that up to September 1939 the German Navy had acquired only 53 submarines during the Hitler regime. No economic mobilization for war had been made and no reserve stocks built up. When the war began, in September 1939, Germany had ammunition for 6 weeks, and the Air Force had bombs for 3 months at the rate of expenditure experienced during the Polish campaign. At that time the Air Force consisted of 1,000 bombers and 1050 fighters. In contrast, the British Air Programme of May 1938 planned to provide Britain with a first-line force of 2370 planes. This program was stepped up in 1939. Under it, Britain produced almost 3,000 military planes in 1938 and about 8,000 in 1939. The German figures for planes produced in these 2 years are 50-35 and 80-95, but these are figures for all planes produced in the country, including civil as well as military airplanes. As Hanson Baldwin put it, up until 1940, at least, Germany's production did not markedly outstrip Britain's. It might also be mentioned that British combat planes were of better quality. We have no way of knowing if the Chamberlain government knew these facts. It should have known them. At the least, it should not have deluged its own people with untrue stories about German arms. Surprisingly, the British have generally refused to modify these stories, and, in order to perpetuate the fable about the necessity for the Munich surrender, they have continued to repeat the untrue propaganda stories of 1937, 1939 regarding German armaments. This is as true of the critics of Munich as of its defenders. Both have adopted the version that Britain yielded to superior and overwhelming force at Munich. They have done this even though this story is untrue, and they are in a position to know that it is untrue. For example, Winston Churchill, in his war memoirs, repeats the old stories about German rearmament, although he has been writing 2 years or more after the Reichswehr archives were captured. For this he was criticized by Hanson Baldwin in the New York Times of May 9, 1948. In his recent book, Munich, Prologue to Tragedy, J.W. Wheeler Bennett, the British editor of the captured papers of the German Foreign Ministry, accepts the old propaganda tales of German rearmament as axiomatic, and accordingly does not even discuss the subject. He merely tells his readers, by the close of 1937 Germany's preparedness for war was complete. The preference for guns rather than for butter had brought forth results. Her rearmament had reached its apogee and could hold that peak level for a certain time. Her economy was geared to a strict regime of rationing and output on a war level. None of this was true, and Mr. Wheeler Bennett should have examined the evidence. If he had, he would not have been so severe on what he calls Professor Frederick Schumann's fantastic theory of the pre-Munich plot. 14. The last piece of evidence which we might mention to support the theory, not of a plot, perhaps, but that the Munich surrender was unnecessary and took place because Chamberlain and his associates wanted to dismember Czechoslovakia, is even more incriminating. As a result of the inadequate rearmament of Germany, a group of conservatives within the regime formed a plot to liquidate Hitler and his close supporters if it appeared that his policy in Czechoslovakia would result in war. This group, chiefly army officers, included men on the highest level of government. In the group were Colonel General Ludwig Beck, Chief of the General Staff Field Marshal von Witzleben, General George Thomas, Karl Friedrich Borgler, Mayor of Leipzig in 1930–1936, Ulrich von Hassel, ex-ambassador to Italy, Johannes Popitz, Russian Minister of Finance, and Paul Schmidt, Hitler's private interpreter. This group formed a plot to kill Hitler and remove the Nazis from power. The date was set eventually for September 28, 1938. Lord Halifax, on September 5, 1938, was informed of the plot by Theodor Kord, the German charge d'affaires in London, whose brother, Herr Kord, chief of Ribbentrop's office in the Foreign Ministry, was one of the conspirators. The message which Kord gave to Halifax begged the British government to stand fast with Czechoslovakia in the Sudeten crisis and to make perfectly clear that Britain would go to war if Germany violated Czechoslovakian territory. The plot was cancelled at noon on September 28, when the news reached Berlin that Chamberlain was going to Munich. It was this plot which eventually, after many false starts, reached fruition in the attempt to assassinate Hitler on July 20, 1944. There can be little doubt that the Miltner Group knew of these anti-Nazi plots within Germany. Several of the plotters were former Rhodes Scholars and were in touch with members of the inner circle of the Miltner Group in the period up to 1943, if not later. One of the leaders of the anti-Hitler plotters in Germany, Helmuth von Moltke, was probably a member of the Miltner Group as well as intellectual leader of the conspirators in Germany. Count von Moltke was the son of the German commander of 1914 and grandnephew of the German commander of 1870. His mother, Dorothy Rose Innes, was the daughter of Sir James Rose Innes, whom Miltner made Chief Justice of the Transvaal in 1902. Sir James was a supporter of Rhodes and had been Attorney General in Rhodes's ministry in 1890. He was Chief Justice of South Africa in 1914 to 1927 and was always close to the Miltner Group. The von Moltkes were Christian Scientists, and Dorothy, as Countess von Moltke after 1905, was one of the persons who translated Mary Baker Eddy's Science and Health into German. The younger Helmuth, son of Dorothy, and Count von Moltke after his father's death in 1938, was openly anti-Nazi and came to England in 1934 to join the English bar. He visited Lionel Curtis, at his mother's suggestion, and was made a member of the family, rooms in Duke of York Street being put at his disposal, and Kidlington and All Souls thrown open to him at weekends. The opportunities of contact which these brought with them were exploited to the full. He was often in England until the summer of 1939, and in 1937 visited South Africa and the grandparents there to whom he was deeply attached. This quotation, from the Round Table for June 1946, makes perfectly clear to those who can read between the lines that Moltke became a member of the Miltner Group. It might be added that Curtis also visited the Rose Innes family in South Africa while Helmuth was there in 1937. Von Moltke kept in close contact with both Curtis and Lothian even after the war began in 1939. He was made advisor on international law to the Supreme Command of the German Armed Forces (OKW) in 1939 and retained this position until his arrest in 1944. The intellectual leader of the German underground, he was the inspiration and addressee of Dorothy Thompson's book Listen, Hans. He was the center of a group of plotters called the Kreisau Circle, named after his estate in Silesia. After his execution by the Nazis in January 1945, his connection with the Miltner Group was revealed, to those able to interpret the evidence, in the June 1946 issue of the Round Table. This article extolled Moltke and reprinted a number of his letters. The same article, with an additional letter, was published as a pamphlet in Johannesburg in 1947. 15. Another plotter who appears to be close to the Miltner Group was Adam von Trotz-zu-Salz. the Rhodes Scholar who went to the Far East on a mission for the Rhodes Trust in 1936 and was in frequent contact with the Institute of Pacific Relations in the period 1936 to 1939. He seems to have attended a meeting of the Pacific Council in New York late in 1939, coming from Germany by way of Gibraltar. After the war began, he remained in contact with the democratic countries until arrested and executed by the Nazis in 1944. It is not without significance that one of the chief projects which the plotters hoped to further in post-Hitler German foreign policy was a federation of Europe in a commonwealth not unlike the British Empire. 16. All of this evidence and much more would seem to support the theory of a Munich plot, that is, the theory that the British government had no intention or desire to save Czechoslovakia in 1938 and was willing or even eager to see it petitioned by Hitler, and only staged the war scare of September in order to make the British people accept this abuse of honor and sacrifice of Britain's international position. The efforts which the British government made after Munich to conceal the facts of the affair would support this interpretation. The chief question, from our point of view, lies in the degree to which the Milner Group were involved in this plot. There can be no doubt that the Chamberlain Group was the chief factor in the scheme. There is also no doubt that various members of the Milner Group's second circle, who were close to the Chamberlain Group, were involved. The position of the inner core of the Milner Group is not conclusively established, but there is no evidence that they were not involved and a certain amount of evidence that they were involved. Among this latter evidence is the fact that the inner core of the group did not object to or protest against the partition of Czechoslovakia, although they did use the methods by which Hitler had obtained his goal as an argument in support of their pet plan for national service. They prepared the ground for the Munich surrender both in the Times and in the Round Table. In the June 1938 issue of the latter, we read, "Czechoslovakia is apparently the danger spot of the next few months. It will require high statesmanship on all sides to find the peaceful and stable solution of the minorities' problem. The critical question for the next 6 months is whether the four great powers represented by the Franco-British Entente and the Rome-Berlin Axis can make up their minds that they will not go to war with one another and that they must settle outstanding problems by agreement together." In this statement, 3 implications are of almost equal importance. These are the time limit of 6 months, the exclusion of both Czechoslovakia and Russia from the agreement, and the approval of the Four-Power Pact. In the September 1938 issue of the Round Table, published on the eve of Munich, we are told, "It is one thing to be able, in the end, to win the war. It is a far better thing to be able to prevent the war by a readiness for just dealing combined with resolute strength when injustice is threatened." Here, as always before 1939, the Round Table by justice meant appeasement of Germany. After the dreadful deed was done, The Round Table had not a word of regret and hardly a kind word for the great sacrifice of the Czechs or for the magnificent demonstration of restraint which they had given the world. In fact, the leading article in the December 1938 issue of the Round Table began with a severe criticism of Czechoslovakia for failure to reconcile her minorities, for failure to achieve economic cooperation with her neighbors, and for failure to welcome a Habsburg restoration. From that point on, the article was honest. While accepting Munich, it regarded it solely as a surrender to German power and rejected the arguments that it was done by negotiation, that it was a question of self-determination or minority rights, or that Munich was any better or more lenient than the Godesberg demands. The following article in the same issue, also on Czechoslovakia, is a tissue of untruths except for the statement that there never was any real Sudeten issue, since the whole thing was a fraudulent creation engineered from Germany. Otherwise the article declares categorically, 1. That Czechoslovakia could not have stood up against Hitler more than 2 or 3 weeks. 2. That no opposition of importance to Hitler existed in Germany. A good deal has been written about the opposition of the military commanders, but in fact it does not and never did exist. 3. There is no such thing as a conservative opposition in Germany. In the middle of such statements as these, one ray of sanity shines like a light. In a single sentence, the Round Table tossed onto the scrap heap its basic argument in support of appeasement, namely the injustices of Versailles. The sentence reads, "It is not Versailles but defeat that is the essential German grievance against the Western powers." This sentence should have been printed in gold letters in the Foreign Office in London in 1919 and read daily thereafter. It is worthy of note that this issue of the Round Table discussed the Czech crisis in 2 articles of 27 pages and had only one sentence on Russia. This sentence spoke of the weakness of Russia, where a new Tiberius had destroyed the morale and the material efficiency of the Russian army. However, in a separate article, dealing largely with Soviet-German relations, we find the significant sentences. The Western democracies appear to be framing their policies on the principle of letting Germany go east. Russia faces the fundamental need of preventing the hostile coalition of the great powers of Western Europe. The final judgment of the Miltner Group on the Munich surrender could probably be found in the December 1938 issue of the Round Table, where we read the following: "The nation as a whole is acutely aware that Anglo-French predominance, resulting from victory in the Great War, is now a matter of history, that the conception of an international society has foundered because the principle of the rule of law was prostituted to perpetuate an impossible inequality. The terms of the Versailles Treaty might have been upheld for some time longer by the consistent use of military power, notably when Germany remilitarized the Rhineland zone, but it was illogical to expect a defeated and humiliated foe to accept inferiority as the immutable concomitant of a nobler world, and it was immoral to try to build the city of God on lopsided foundations." As late as the March 1939 issue, the Round Table point of view remained unchanged. At that time, it said, the policy of appeasement, which Mr. Chamberlain represents and which he brought to what seemed to be its most triumphant moment at Munich, was the only possible policy on which the public opinion of the different nations of the Commonwealth could have been unified. It had already been unanimously approved in general terms at the Imperial Conference of 1937. The German occupation of Bohemia and Moravia in March 1939 marked the turning point for the Milner crew, but not for the Chamberlain group. In the June 1939 issue, the leading article of the Round Table was entitled From Appeasement to Grand Alliance. Without expressing any regrets about the past, which it regarded as embodying the only possible policy, it rejected appeasement in the future. It demanded a grand alliance of Poland, Romania, France, Britain, and others. Only one sentence referred to Russia. It said, negotiations to include Soviet Russia in the system are continuing. Most of the article justified the previous policy as inevitable in a world of sovereign states. Until federation abolishes sovereignty and creates a true world government amenable to public opinion, the nations will continue to live in anarchy, whatever their contractual obligations may be. And under conditions of anarchy it is power and not public opinion that counts. The fundamental, though not the only, explanation of the tragic history of the last 8 years is to be found in the failure of the English-speaking democracies to realize that they could prevent aggression only by unity and by being strongly armed enough to resist it wherever it was attempted. This point of view had been expressed earlier, in the House of Lords, by Lothian and Astor. On April 12, 1939, the former said, one of Herr Hitler's great advantages has been that, for very long, what he saw a great many people all over the world felt was not unreasonable, whatever they may have thought of his methods. But that justification has completely and absolutely disappeared in the last 3 months. It began to disappear in my mind at the Godesberg Conference. I think the right answer to the situation is what Mr. Churchill has advocated elsewhere. The grand alliance of all those nations whose interest is paramountly concerned with the maintenance of their own status quo. But in my view, if you are going to do that, you have got to have a grand alliance which will function not only in the west of Europe but also in the east. I agree with what my noble friend Lord Snell has just said, that in that Eastern alliance Russia may be absolutely vital. Nobody will suspect me of any ideological sympathy with Russia or communism. I have even less ideological sympathy with Soviet Russia than I had with the Tsarist Russia. But in resisting aggression it is power alone that counts. He then went on to advocate national service and was vigorously supported by Lord Astor, both in regard to this and in regard to the necessity of bringing Russia into the Grand Alliance. From this point onward, the course of the Milner Group was more rigid against Germany. This appeared chiefly as an increased emphasis on rearmament and national service, policies which the group had been supporting for a long time. unlike the Chamberlain Group, they learned the lesson from the events of March 15, 1939. It would be a mistake, however, to believe that they were determined to resist any further acquisition of territory or economic advantage by Germany. Not at all. They would undoubtedly have been willing to allow frontier rectifications in the Polish corridor or elsewhere in favor of Germany, if these were accomplished by a real process of negotiation and included areas inhabited by Germans, and if the economic interests of Poland, such as her trade outlet to the Baltic, were protected. In this, the Milner Group were still motivated by ideas of fairness and justice and by a desire to avoid a war. The chief changes were to: 1. They now felt, as they in contrast to Chamberlain's group had long suspected, that peace could be preserved better by strength than by weakness, and 2. They now felt that Hitler would not stop at any point based only on justice but was seeking world domination. The short-run goal of the Milner Group still remained a continent dominated by Hitler between an oceanic bloc on the west and the Soviet Union on the east. That they assumed such a solution could keep the peace, even on a short-term basis, shows the fundamental naivete of the Milner Group. The important point is that this view did not prohibit any modification of the Polish frontiers, nor did it require any airtight understanding with the Soviet Union. It did involve an immediate rearming of Britain and a determination to stop Hitler if he moved by force again. Of these 3 points, the first 2 were shared with the Chamberlain Group. The third was not. The difference rested on the fact that the Chamberlain Group hoped to permit Britain to escape from the necessity of fighting Germany by getting Russia to fight Germany. The Chamberlain Group did not share the Milner Group's naive belief in the possibility of 3 great power blocs standing side by side in peace. Lacking that belief, they preferred the German-Russian War to a British-German war. And, having that preference, they differed from the Milner Group in their willingness to accept the partition of Poland by Germany. The Milner Group would have yielded parts of Poland to Germany if done by fair negotiation. The Chamberlain Group was quite prepared to liquidate Poland entirely, if it could be presented to the British people in terms which they would accept without demanding war. Here again appeared the difference we have already mentioned between the Milner Group and Lloyd George in 1918 and between the Group and Baldwin in 1923, namely that the Milner Group tended to neglect the electoral considerations so important to a party politician. In 1939, Chamberlain was primarily interested in building up to a victorious electoral campaign for November, and, as Sir Horace Wilson told German Special Representative Wald in June, it was all one to the government whether the elections were held under the cry "Be ready for a coming war" or under a cry "A lasting understanding with Germany." These distinctions between the point of view of the Milner Group and that of the Chamberlain Group are very subtle and have nothing in common with the generally accepted idea of a contrast between appeasement and resistance. There were still appeasers to be found, chiefly in those ranks of the Conservative Party most remote from the Milner Group. British public opinion was quite clearly committed to resistance after March 1939. The two government groups between these, with the Chamberlain group closer to the former and the Milner group closer to the latter. It is a complete error to say, as most students of the period have said, that before March 15 the government was solidly appeasement and afterwards solidly resistant. The Chamberlain group, after March 17, 1939, was just as partial to appeasement as before, perhaps more so, but it had to adopt a pretense of resistance to satisfy public opinion and keep the way open to wage the November election on either side of the issue. The Milner group was anti-appeasement after March, but in the limited way that did not involve any commitment to defend the territorial integrity of Poland or to ally with Russia. This complicated situation is made more so by the fact that the Milner group itself was disintegrating. Some members, chiefly in the second circle, like Horror Simon, continued as wholehearted, if secret, appeasers and became closer to Chamberlain. Halifax, who did not have to run for office, could speak his mind more honestly and probably had a more honest mind. He was closer to the Milner crew, although he continued to cooperate so closely with Chamberlain that he undoubtedly lost the Prime Minister's post in May 1940 as a result. Amory, closer than Halifax to the inner core of the group, was also more of a resistor and by the middle of 1939 was finished with appeasement. Lothian was in a position between Halifax and Amory. The point of view of the inner core can be found, as usual, in the pages of the Round Table. In the issue of September 1939, the leading article confessed that Hitler's aim was mastery of the world. It continued, in this light, any further accretion of German strength, for instance through control of Danzig, which is the key to subjection of all Poland, appears as a retreat from the ramparts of the British Commonwealth itself. Perhaps our slowness to realize these facts, or at least to act accordingly in building an impregnable defense against aggression in earlier years, accounts for our present troubles. For the Milner group, this constitutes a magnificent confession of culpability. In the December 1939 issue of the Round Table, the whole tone has reverted to that of 1911 to 1918. Gone is the idea that modern Germany was the creation of the United States and Britain, or that Nazism was merely a temporary and insignificant aberration resulting from Versailles. Instead, the issue is Commonwealth or Weltreich. Nazism is only Prussianism in more brutal shape. It quotes Lord Lothian's speech of October 25, 1939, made in New York, that the establishment of a true reign of law between nations is the only remedy for war. And we are told once again that such a reign of law must be sought in federation. In the same issue, the whole of Lothian's speech was reprinted as a document. In the March 1940 issue, the Round Table harked back even further than 1914. It quoted an extensive passage from Pericles' funeral oration in a leading article entitled "The Issue." and added, "That also is our creed, but it is not Hitler's." The same point of view of the group is reflected in other places. On March 16, 1939, in the Commons, when Chamberlain was still defending the appeasement policy and refusing to criticize Germany's policy of aggression, Lady Astor cried out to him, "Will the Prime Minister lose no time in letting the German government know with what horror the whole of this country regards Germany's action?" The Prime Minister did not answer, but a Conservative member, Major Vivian Adams, hurled at the lady the remark, "You caused it yourself." Major Adams was not a man to be lightly dismissed. The graduate of Haileybury and Cambridge, past president of the Cambridge Union, member of the Inner Temple Bar, an executive of the League of Nations Union, and a vice president of Lord Davies's new Commonwealth Society, he was not a man who did not know what was going on. He subsequently published books against appeasement under the pseudonym Watchman. Most of the members of the inner core of the group who took any public stand on these issues refused to rake over the dead embers of past policy and devoted themselves to a program of preparedness and national service. The names of Amory, Grigg, Lothian, and the Times became inseparably associated with the campaign for conscription, which ultimately resulted in the National Service Act of April 26, 1939. The more aloof and more conciliatory point of view of Halifax can be seen in his speech of June 9 in the House of Lords and the famous speech of June 29 before the Royal Institute of International Affairs. The lingering overtones of appeasement in the former resulted in a spirited attack by Lord Davies, while Arthur Salter, who had earlier been plumping for a Ministry of all the talents with Halifax as Premier, by the middle of the year was begging him, at All Souls, to meet Stalin face to face in order to get an alliance. 17. The events of 1939 do not require our extended attention here, although they have never yet been narrated in any adequate fashion. The German seizure of Bohemia and Moravia was not much of a surprise to either the Milner or Chamberlain groups. Both accepted it, but the former tried to use it as a propaganda device to help get conscription, while the latter soon discovered that, whatever their real thoughts, they must publicly condemn it in order to satisfy the outraged moral feelings of the British electorate. It is this which explains the change in tone between Chamberlain's speech of March 15 in Commons and his speech of March 17 in Birmingham. The former was what he thought, the latter was what he thought the voters would. The unilateral guarantee to Poland given by Chamberlain on March 31, 1939 was also a reflection of what he believed the voters wanted. He had no intention of ever fulfilling the guarantee if it could possibly be evaded and, for this reason, refused the Polish requests for a small rearmament loan and to open immediate staff discussions to implement the guarantee. The Milner Group, less susceptible to public opinion, did not want a guarantee to Poland at all. As a result, The guarantee was worded to cover Polish independence and not her territorial integrity. This was interpreted by the leading article of the Times for April 1 to leave the way open to territorial revision without revoking the guarantee. This interpretation was accepted by Chamberlain in Commons on April 3. Apparently the government believed that it was making no real commitment because, if war broke out in Eastern Europe, British public opinion would force the government to declare war on Germany, no matter what the government itself wanted, and regardless whether the guarantee existed or not. On the other hand, a guarantee to Poland might deter Hitler from precipitating the war and give the government time to persuade the Polish government to yield the corridor to Germany. If the Poles could not be persuaded, or if Germany marched, the fat was in the fire anyway. If the Poles could be persuaded to yield, the guarantee was so worded that Britain could not act under it to prevent such yielding. This was to block any possibility that British public opinion might refuse to accept a Polish eunuch. That this line of thought was not far distant from British government circles is indicated by a Reuters news dispatch released on the same day that Chamberlain gave the guarantee to Poland. This dispatch indicated that, under cover of the guarantee, Britain would put pressure on Poland to make substantial concessions to Hitler through negotiations. According to Hugh Dalton, Labour MP, speaking in Commons on April 3, this dispatch was inspired by the government and was issued through either the Foreign Office, Sir Horace Wilson, John Simon, or Samuel Hoare. 3 of these 4 were of the Milner Group, the 4th being the personal agent of Chamberlain. Dalton's charge was not denied by any government spokesman, Hoare contenting himself with a request to Dalton to justify that statement. Another MP of Churchill's group suggested that Geoffrey Dawson was the source, but Dalton rejected this. It is quite clear that neither the Chamberlain Group nor the Milner Group wanted an alliance with the Soviet Union to stop Hitler in 1939, and that the negotiations were not sincere or vigorously pursued. The Milner Group was not so opposed to such an agreement as the Chamberlain Group. Both were committed to the Four-Power Pact. In the case of the Chamberlain Group, this pact could easily have developed into an anti-Russian alliance, but in the case of the Milner Group it was regarded merely as a link between the Oceanic Bloc and a Germanic Mitteleuropa. Both groups hated and despised the Soviet Union, but the Milner Group did not fear it as the Chamberlain Group did. This fear was based on the Marxist threat to the British economic system, and the Milner crew was not wedded nearly as closely to that system as Chamberlain and his friends. The Toynbee Milner tradition, however weak it had become by 1939, was enough to prevent the two groups from seeing eye to eye on this issue. The efforts of the Chamberlain Group to continue the policy of appeasement by making economic and other concessions to Germany and their efforts to get Hitler to agree to a four-power pact formed one of the most shameful episodes in the history of recent British diplomacy. These negotiations were chiefly conducted through Sir Horace Wilson and consisted chiefly of offers of colonial bribes and other concessions to Germany. These offers were either rejected or ignored by the Nazis. One of these offers revolved around a semi-official economic agreement under which British and German industrialists would form cartel agreements in all fields to fix prices of their products and divide up the world's market. The Milner Group apparently objected to this on the grounds that it was aimed, or could be aimed, at the United States. Nevertheless, the agreements continued. The Master Agreement, negotiated at Dusseldorf between representatives of British and German industry, was signed in London on March 16, 1939. The British government mission to Berlin to help Germany exploit the newly acquired areas of Eastern Europe was postponed the same day because of the strength of public feeling against Germany. As soon as this had died down, secret efforts were made through R.S. Hudson, Secretary to the Department of Overseas Trade, to negotiate with Helmuth Holstadt, Reich Commissioner for the 4-year plan, who was in London to negotiate an international whaling agreement. Although Holstadt had no powers, he listened to Hudson and later to Sir Horace Wilson, but refused to discuss the matter with Chamberlain. Wilson offered 1. A non-aggression pact with Germany, 2. A limitation of fears among the great powers, 3. Colonial concessions in Africa along the lines previously mentioned, 4. An economic agreement. These conversations, reported to Berlin by Ambassador Dirksen in a dispatch of July 21, 1939, would have involved giving Germany a free hand in Eastern Europe and bringing her into coalition with Russia. One sentence of Dirksen's says, Sir Horace Wilson definitely told Herr Holstadt that the conclusion of a non-aggression pact would enable Britain to rid herself of her commitments vis-a-vis Poland. In another report, 3 days later, Dirksen said, public opinion is so inflamed, and the warmongers and intriguers are so much in the ascendancy, that if these plans of negotiations with Germany were to become public they would immediately be torpedoed by Churchill and other incendiaries with the cry no. 2nd Munich. The truth of this statement was seen when news of the Hudson-Holstadt conversations did leak out and resulted in a violent controversy in the House of Commons, in which the Speaker of the House repeatedly broke off the debate to protect the government. According to press advisor he said in the German embassy in London, the leak was made by the French embassy to force a break in the negotiations. The negotiations, however, were already bogging down because of the refusal of the Germans to become very interested in them. Hitler and Ribbentrop by this time despised the British so thoroughly that they paid no attention to them at all, and the German ambassador in London found it impossible to reach Ribbentrop, his official superior, either by dispatch or personally. Chamberlain, however, in his eagerness to make economic concessions to Germany, gave to Hitler £6 million in Czechoslovak gold in the Bank of England, and kept Lord Runciman busy training to be chief economic negotiator in the great agreement which he envisaged. On July 29, 1939, Court, the German charge d'affaires in London, had a long talk with Charles Roden Buxton, brother of the Labour peer Lord Noel Buxton, about the terms of this agreement, which was to be patterned on the agreement of 1907 between Britain and Russia. Buxton insisted that his visit was quite unofficial, but Court was inclined to believe that his visit was a feeler from the Chamberlain group. In view of the close parallel between Buxton's views and Chamberlain's, this seems very likely. This was corroborated when Sir Horace Wilson repeated these views in a highly secret conversation with Dirksen at Wilson's home from 4 to 6 p.m. on August 3, 1939. Dirksen's minute of the same day shows that Wilson's aims had not changed. He wanted a four-power pact, a free hand for Germany in Eastern Europe, a colonial agreement, an economic agreement, etc. The memorandum reads, in part, after recapitulating his conversation with Waltat, Sir Horace Wilson expatiated at length on the great risk Chamberlain would incur by starting confidential negotiations with the German government. If anything about them were to leak out, there would be a grand scandal, and Chamberlain would probably be forced to resign. Dirksen did not see how any binding agreement could be reached under conditions such as this. For example, going to Hudson's indiscretion. Another visit of Herr Waltat to London was out of the question. To this, Wilson suggested that the two emissaries could meet in Switzerland or elsewhere. The political portions of this conversation were largely repeated in an interview that Dirksen had with Lord Halifax on August 9, 1939. It was not possible to conceal these activities completely from the public, and, indeed, government spokesmen referred to them occasionally in trial balloons. On May 3, Chamberlain suggested an Anglo-German non-aggression pact, although only 5 days earlier Hitler had denounced the Anglo-German naval agreement of 1935 and the Polish-German non-aggression pact of 1934. As late as August 28, Sir Neville Henderson offered Germany the British alliance if she were successful in direct negotiations with the Poles. This, however, was a personal statement and probably went further than Halifax would have been willing to go by 1939. Halifax apparently had little faith in Chamberlain's ability to obtain any settlement with the Germans. If, by means of another eunuch, he could have obtained a German-Polish settlement that would satisfy Germany and avoid war, he would have taken it. It was the hope of such an agreement that prevented him from making any real agreement with Russia, for it was, apparently, the expectation of the British government that if the Germans could get the Polish corridor by negotiation, they could then drive into Russia across the Baltic states. For this reason, in the negotiations with Russia, Halifax refused any multilateral pact against aggression, any guarantee of the Baltic states, or any tripartite guarantee of Poland. Instead, he sought to get nothing more than a unilateral Russian guarantee to Poland to match the British guarantee to the same country. This was much too dangerous for Russia to swallow, since it would leave her with a commitment which could lead to war and with no promise of British aid to her if she were attacked directly, after a Polish settlement, or indirectly across the Baltic states. Only after the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of August 21, 1939 did Halifax implement the unilateral guarantee to Poland with a more formal mutual assistance pact between Britain and Poland. This was done to warn Hitler that an attack on Poland would bring Britain into the war under pressure of British public opinion. Hitler, as usual, paid no attention to Britain. Even after the German attack on Poland, the British government was reluctant to fulfill this pact and spent almost 3 days asking the Germans to return to negotiation. Even after the British were forced to declare war on Germany, they made no effort to fight, contenting themselves with dropping leaflets on Germany. We now know that the German generals had moved so much of their forces to the east that they were gravely worried at the effects which might follow an Allied attack on western Germany or even an aerial bombing of the Ruhr. In these events of 1939, the Milner Group took little part. They must have known of the negotiations with Germany and probably did not disapprove of them, but they had little faith in them and by the early summer of 1939 were probably convinced that war with Germany was inevitable in the long run. In this view Halifax probably shared, but other former members of the group, such as Hoare and Simon, by now were completely in the Chamberlain Group and can no longer be regarded as members of the Milner Group. From June 1939 to May 1940, the fissures between the Milner Group and the Chamberlain government became wider. From the outbreak of war, the Milner Group were determined to fight the war against Germany. The Chamberlain Group, on the other hand, were very reluctant to fight Germany, preferring to combine the declared but unfought war with Germany with a fought but undeclared war with Russia. The excuse for this last arose from the Russian pressure on Finland for bases to resist a future German attack. The Russian attack on Finland began on the last day of November 1939. By December 27, the British and French were putting pressure on Sweden to join them in action to support the Finns. In these notes, which have been published by the Swedish Foreign Ministry, the Western powers stated that they intended to send men, equipment, and money to Finland. By February 1940, the Western powers had plans for a force of 30,000 to 40,000 men for Finland and were putting pressure on Sweden to allow passage for this force across Scandinavia. By March 2, 1940, the British had a force of 100,000 men ready and informed the Swedish and Norwegian governments that the force with its full equipment is available and could sail at short notice. They invited the Scandinavian countries to receive Allied missions to make all the necessary preparations for the transit. The note to Norway, in an additional passage, said that forces would be sent to the Norwegian ports within 4 days of receiving permission, and the transit itself could begin on March 20. On March 12, the Allies sent to the Scandinavian countries a formal request for right of transit. It was refused. Before anything further could be done, Finland collapsed and made peace with Russia. On April 5, Halifax sent a very threatening note to the Scandinavian countries. It said in part, "Considering, in consultation with the French government, the circumstances attending the termination of the war between the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and Finland and the attitude adopted by the Swedish government at that time, they feel therefore that the time has come to notify the Swedish government frankly of certain vital interests and requirements which the Allied governments intend to assert and defend by whatever measure they may think necessary. The vital interests and the requirements which the Allied governments wish to bring to the notice of the Swedish government are the following. The Allied governments cannot acquiesce in any further attack on Finland by either the Soviet or German governments. In the event therefore, of such an attack taking place, any refusal by the Swedish government to facilitate the efforts of the Allied governments to come to the assistance of Finland in whatever manner they may think fit, and still more any attempt to prevent such assistance would be considered by the Allied governments as endangering their vital interests. See any attempt by the Soviet government to obtain from Norway a footing on the Atlantic seaboard would be contrary to the vital interests of the Allied governments." The Swedish Foreign Minister expressed his government's astonishment at this note and its determination to decide such questions for itself and to preserve Sweden's neutrality in the future as it had been preserved in the past. 20. It is not clear what was the attitude of the Milner Group toward this effort to open active hostilities against the Soviet Union while remaining technically in the state of war with Germany. Halifax was still at the Foreign Office and apparently actively concerned in this project. The Times was wholeheartedly in favor of the plan. On March 5, for example, it said of the Finnish War, "It is becoming clearer every day that this war is no side issue. Finland is defending more than the cause of liberty and more than her own soil. Our own cause is being buttressed by her resistance to the evil of tyranny. Our interest is clear and there is a moral issue involved as well as the material. The whole sentiment of this country demands that Finland should not be allowed to fall." The Round Table, in the only issue which appeared during the Finnish troubles, had a propagandist article on the civilization of Finland. It called Finland one of the most democratic nations, on any definition, in all Europe. The rest of the article was a paean of praise for the kind and magnanimous conduct of the Finnish government in every crisis of its history from 1917, but nothing was said about the Finnish War, nor was there any mention of Allied aid. During this period the Milner Group became increasingly impatient with the Chamberlain Group. This was clear from the June 1940 issue of the Round Table, which criticized the cabinet reshuffle of April as evoking almost universal derision. It also criticized Chamberlain's failure to include able members of his own party in the cabinet. This may have been a reference to Amory's continued exclusion. The article said, This lack of imagination and courage could be seen in almost every aspect of the Chamberlain government's conduct of the war. It excluded Simon and Hoare as possible prime ministers, on the ground that they were too close to Chamberlain. It was probably thinking of Halifax as prime minister, but, when the time came, others thought him, also, to be too closely associated with appeasement. On the crucial day, May 8, 1940, the group was badly split. In fact, on the division that preceded Chamberlain's resignation, Lady Astor voted against the government, while her brother-in-law, John Jacob Astor, voted with the government. The debate was one of the most bitter in recent history and reached its high point when Amory cried out to the government benches the words of Cromwell, "You have sat too long here for any good you have been doing. Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go." In the ensuing division, the whips were on with a vengeance, but the government's majority was only 81, more than 100 Conservatives abstaining from voting. Most of the Milner Group members, since they held offices in the government, had to vote with it. Of the inner core, only Amory and Lady Astor broke away. In the majority, still supporting Chamberlain, were J. Astor, Grigg, Hoare, Malcolm MacDonald, Salter, Simon and Somerville. But the fight had been too bitter. Chamberlain was replaced by Churchill, and Amory came to office as Secretary of State for India. Once again the Milner Group and the government were united on the issues. Both, from May 8, 1940, had only one aim: to win the war with Germany.